Chapter 3987. When the Chu clan experienced a great change, the clan lord of the Lu clan, Lu Chengfeng, took the opportunity to gather experts and led 3,000 soldiers to attack the Chu clan. When the news of the Lu clan's invasion spread, the entire Chu city was in an uproar. Countless people immediately packed up their belongings and fled. In the Battle of Wu Village in the 10-mile 8 villages, even the patriarch of the Chu clan died in battle. All the experts of the Chu clan were killed by Gu Fei. Even if there were still a few clan elders in the Chu clan to manage the situation, how could they contend against the Lu clan? The elders of the Chu clan were all old, but the three brothers, Lu Chengfeng, Lu Qingyun, and Lu Qinglong, were all master-level experts. Especially Lu Chengfeng, who was at the peak of the master level. Even if Chu Tianshu, the clan lord of the Chu clan, was not killed by Gu Fei, he might not be a match for Lu Chengfeng. It's all the fault of that little bastard Chu Xiao. If he didn't rob the Black Fiend schools, which he wouldn't have been poisoned and Tianshu wouldn't have died in the Wu village. In the Chu clan's rented house in Chu City, 3 elders were sitting at the top while a man was lying on the ground. It was a man whose body was covered in bandages. Even from a distance, one could smell the bloody smell coming from the man on the ground. This man was Chu Tianshu's only precious son, Chu Xiao. The reason why Chu Tianshu named his son Chu Xiao was because he wanted him to become a formidable person in the future. Chu Xiao, the hedonistic son of a rich family, couldn't become a formidable person, but he would become a coward. The strange poison in Chu Xiao's body was rotting, but he couldn't die. He could only watch his body rotting helplessly. How could a hedonistic son of a rich family endure such torture? However, when Chu Tianshu was still alive, Chu Xiao couldn't die even if he wanted to. Now that Chu Tianshu was dead, Chu Xiao's treatment immediately changed. Third brother, he's suffering even if he's alive. Send him on his way. The great clan elder who was the leader said indifferently. The 3 elders glanced at the great clan elder, then waved their right hands and punched Chu Xiao's chest. The sound of bones breaking immediately came from Chu Xiao's body. Chu Xiao's sternum was broken, and his 5 internal organs were ruptured. Soon, he breathed his last. It is time to gather our clansmen and leave this place. The great clan elder suddenly sighed. This was something that could not be helped. If they did not leave, the Chu clan would face the danger of extinction, and if they left, they would have to find a new place to settle down. At that moment, the Lu family's army stopped at the Wu village. The news that Medicine Master Wu was fighting with the Lu family's warriors had spread far and wide. The entire region was shocked. No one could have imagined that a small Wu village would be hiding a real dragon. In an instant, countless gazes were fixed on the Wu village. At this time, outside the Wu village's entrance, Medicine Master Wu was fighting with Lu Chengya. Bam! Boom! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously. 2 figures moved quickly in the open space in front of the village entrance. Their strength was vast and mighty, and dust flew everywhere. The 2 great experts were locked in battle. Whether it was Medicine Master Wu or Lu Qingyun, they were both martial Dao grandmasters. Their cultivation base and combat strength were similar, so it was not easy to determine a winner. At that moment, Gu Fei was dragged out of the Wu village by the little boy, Wu Ji. The other martial artists of the Wu village were hiding at the village entrance and did not come out. There are still people who are not afraid of death who dare to come out. Seeing people coming out, Lu Chengfeng, who was standing on the chariot, was surprised to see Gu Fei and the little boy Wu Ji. In the entire Wu village, only a little boy and a little boy have some guts. The others are all cowards. Lu Qinglong, the old man, said loudly. All the martial artists of the Wu village were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. However, the martial artists of the Wu village were gloating at the Lu family's people. Gu Fei was an amazing person who had killed Chu Tianshu, but the Lu family did not know about it. The Lu family deserved it. Although the news of Gu Fei killing Chu Tianshu and the Chu clan's warriors had spread to Lu City, no one would have thought that the skinny young man in front of them was the amazing person who had killed Chu Tianshu. Although Gu Fei's physical body was extremely strong, he looked like an ordinary person on the outside. The Lu clan's warriors did not take Gu Fei seriously at all. Even the little boy next to Gu Fei was stronger than Gu Fei. If they hadn't seen Gu Fei kill Chu Tianshu with their own eyes, and annihilate the group of Chu clan experts that Chu Tianshu had brought with him. Even the martial artists of the Wu village wouldn't have associated Gu Fei with a martial arts expert. Big brother, help Grandpa. The little boy Wu Ji shook Gu Fei's hand and said, "Haha." Lu Qinglong, who was standing opposite him, laughed disdainfully when he heard that. "What are you laughing at? My big brother is amazing," Wu Ji said to Lu Qinglong with dissatisfaction. "He's amazing? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I can poke him to death with one finger." Lu Qinglong laughed even more arrogantly. "Keep bragging," Wu Ji said angrily. "Humph, I never brag. Kid, come here and let me poke you to death with one finger, then I'll spare this little boy's life." Lu Qinglong waved at Gu Fei and said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me," Gu Fei said indifferently. Although he had his memories sealed by the first primogenitor in exchange for his life, he was still innately arrogant. "Haha, what if I can't kill you? If I can't kill you, then I'll eat this pair of meteor hammers in my hands." Lu Qinglong sneered. "Eat a meteor hammer? That's fun. Big brother, I want to see him eat a meteor hammer." The little boy Wu Ji clapped his hands and said, "All right, I'll make him eat a meteor hammer for you to see." As Gu Fei spoke, he walked forward step by step with his hands behind his back. Everyone in the Wu village was extremely excited when they saw that Gu Fei was about to make his move. One should know that he was the one who killed the Chu clan's clan leader. "Haha, you really have the guts to come here." Lu Qinglong laughed so hard that tears rolled down his cheeks. A mere commoner dared to challenge a grandmaster like him. Even if he wanted to die, he shouldn't do it this way. "Haha." The other martial artists from the Lu clan laughed as well. They looked at Gu Fei, who was walking toward Lu Qinglong as if he was an idiot. "Laugh all you want. You'll all be crying soon," the little boy Wu Ji shouted at the martial artists from the Lu clan. However, no one took the words of a little boy seriously. Only Lu Chengfeng, who was standing on the chariot, stared at Gu Fei with a serious expression. "Kid, you're asking for it. I'll send you on your way." At that moment, Gu Fei had arrived in front of Lu Qinglong. Lu Qinglong grinned and put down the meteor hammer in his right hand. He then pointed at Gu Fei's forehead. He wanted to kill Gu Fei with one finger. Lu Qinglong was a martial Dao grandmaster. Killing an ordinary person with one finger was like child's play to him. However, the moment Lu Qinglong's finger poked Gu Fei's forehead, the smile on his face instantly froze. Then, with a cracking sound, a painful expression appeared on his face. "Roar!" Lu Qinglong roared and immediately retreated. He saw that Gu Fei was still standing there with an indifferent look on his face. "What?" The martial artists from the Lu clan were all dumbfounded when they saw this. Lu Chengfeng's eyes flashed with a bright light. "Kid, are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" Lu Qinglong was furious. He saw that his right index finger was broken and the bone was exposed. He was in so much pain that his voice was trembling. "Haha, now you know how powerful my big brother is." Before Gu Fei could say anything, the little wimpy kid, Wu Ji, jumped up in joy. "You can't kill big brother. Eat the meteor hammer." Wu Ji's childish voice reached the ears of every martial artist from the Lu clan. "Haha, that's right. A grandmaster's words carry weight. Eat the meteor hammer." "The meteor hammer is so big. Can he eat it?" "Haha, he has to eat it even if he can't." "Who told him to eat it?" The martial artists from the Wu village jeered. Damn it! Lu Qinglong was shocked, angry, and in pain. How could he eat the meteor hammer that was as big as a watermelon? Moreover, the meteor hammer was made of refined steel. Even a grandmaster would not be able to bite it. Haha, the Lu clan's grandmaster's words are like farts. Yeah, so smelly. The martial artists from the Wu village mocked. Shut up, all of you. Lu Qinglong flew into a rage. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the meteor hammer on the ground immediately flew into his hand. Although one of his fingers had been broken by Gu Fei, he could still grab the meteor hammer. This did not have much of an impact on his combat strength. What? You lost the bet. Why don't you eat the meteor hammer in your hand? Do you want me to do it myself? Gu Fei's tone was still calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Don't go too far. Lu Chenglong stared at Gu Fei and said with his teeth clenched, "A loss is a loss. Do you want to go back on your words?" Gu Fei still looked indifferent. "Go to hell." Lu Chenglong roared and directly attacked Gu Fei. The pair of meteor hammers directly bombarded Gu Fei's head with shocking power. However, the next moment, everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. They saw Gu Fei block the two meteor hammers that were as big as watermelons with one finger in each hand. How is that possible? Especially the martial artists from the Lu clan. They were all stunned. He blocked a blow from a grand master with just one finger? Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal to them. At that moment, Gu Fei had already snatched the meteor hammer from Lu Chenglong's hand. He stretched out his right hand and directly stuffed the meteor hammer into Lu Chenglong's mouth. Bam! Lu Chenglong was directly sent flying. His teeth were all knocked out and blood was flowing. Haha! Look, someone is eating the meteor hammer. The little boy Wu Ji clapped his hands happily. You're courting death. At that moment, an earth-shattering power arrived. The martial artists from the Wu village who were gloating immediately felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. They were all shocked. Lu Changfeng, the master of the Lu clan, was furious. Chapter 3988. Lu Chenglong was a master realm warrior, and a mid-level one at that. Even a Wu pharmacist could not defeat him in one move. However, this inconspicuous young man had defeated Lu Chenglong in one move. No matter how Lu Chenglong attacked, he could not hurt this young man. Everyone, look! Someone is eating a meteor hammer, haha. At this time, the little boy Wu Ji was clapping his hands and laughing. Gu Fei directly stuffed the meteor hammer into Lu Chenglong's mouth. The meteor hammer was bigger than a watermelon. Naturally, Lu Chenglong could not eat it. Although a master realm warrior was powerful, he was not omnipotent. Soon, all of Lu Chenglong's teeth were knocked out by the meteor hammer. His mouth was full of blood. He staggered back, but he could not avoid the meteor hammer in Gu Fei's hand. Since you said that you can't kill me with one finger, you will eat this pair of meteor hammers. Then, you will eat him now. Gu Fei's face was indifferent. There was no expression on his face. The meteor hammer in his hand was constantly stuffed into Lu Chenglong's mouth. Soon, Lu Chenglong's whole face was badly mutilated by the impact of the meteor hammer. Stop! A majestic shout was heard. Then, a figure like a big bird fell from the sky and fiercely pounced on Gu Fei. Don't be so arrogant, boy. Lu Changfeng made his move. He directly threw a punch at Gu Fei below. A violent fist force erupted, creating a strong gust of wind in the void, causing the surrounding sand and stones to fly. The surrounding Lu family warriors quickly retreated to the distance. Gu Fei was expressionless. He directly waved the meteor hammer in his hand and smashed it upward. Bang! While everyone was still in shock, Lu Chengfeng's fist smashed onto the meteor hammer. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the meteor hammer, and then it exploded with a bang. The meteor hammer, which was made of refined steel, was unexpectedly destroyed by Lu Chengfeng's punch. This surprised the surrounding warriors. The meteor hammer exploded and turned into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. The surrounding martial artists were suddenly alarmed and hurriedly dodged. However, not everyone could dodge those fragments. Screams resounded as more than 10 Lu clan cultivators fell to the ground in pain. Some of them were hit in their vital parts and soon died. When the martial artists in the martial village saw this, they could not help but feel apprehensive. Damn it! Lu Chengfeng was shocked and angry at the same time. He was pushed back by the counterforce and landed on the chariot. His entire arm was numb. It's my turn. After saying that, Gu Fei charged towards the Lu family's army of 3,000 cultivators. Surprisingly, he was going to fight against the army of cultivators all by himself. This guy, seeing this scene, all the martial artists were inexplicably shocked. One person against an army, and it was an army formed by 3,000 martial artists. Even a martial Dao grandmaster would find it hard to fight 1,000 soldiers alone. Everyone who witnessed Gu Fei charging at the Lu clan's army thought that Gu Fei had gone mad. Kill! 3,000 cultivators roared at the same time. Their berserk strength gathered together. With the enhancement of the battle formation, they became even more powerful in an instant. Swoosh! The leader made a move right away, and the strength of 3,000 cultivators gathered together. Boom! Gu Fei crashed forward like a mountain. The next moment, he broke into the battle formation like an arrow. Several Lu clan cultivators turned into a mist of blood in an instant. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. What? On the chariot, Lu Chengfeng, who saw this scene, could not help but be dumbfounded. The strength of 3,000 cultivators was definitely more powerful than a peak grandmaster. However, in front of Gu Fei, this strength was nothing. Ever since Gu Fei fell into samsara, he had been cold as if he did not know how to smile at all. The warriors around him were directly blasted away by him. They were like rags, dead before they could even fall to the ground. How dare you? Lu Chengfeng was shocked and angry. He never thought that even the battle formation could not trap Gu Fei. Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei spoke indifferently. He was like a true dragon that rampaged through the Lu clan's battle formation, and it was as if he was invincible. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Humph! The other Lu clan cultivators rushed into the battle formation, and the power of the battle formation suddenly increased. However, Gu Fei was still invincible. Bam! He swung his meteor hammer and directly smashed a Lu clan warrior into a bloody mist. Then, he swept his leg out and nearly kicked another warrior in half at the waist. Here you go. Gu Fei directly smashed the remaining meteor hammer at Lu Chenglong. The speed of this meteor hammer was extremely fast, and it hit in front of Lu Chenglong in an instant. Lu Chenglong was shocked and quickly retreated, but it was too late. The meteor hammer directly smashed between his chest and abdomen. In the next moment, his entire upper body exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Poor Lu Chenglong, a dignified martial Dao grandmaster, was killed by a meteor hammer. No one would believe it even if they told others. However, this scene happened right in front of everyone's eyes. Third brother. Lu Chengfeng's eyes were red. He roared and leaped from the chariot. In the next moment, as if a divine eagle had appeared in the sky, a pair of eagle claws fiercely grabbed at Gu Fei's head. However, Gu Fei just punched upward. There was no powerful fluctuation of power, nor was there any magic. It was just an ordinary punch. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Lu Chengfeng immediately retreated. Gu Fei was like an invincible, ferocious beast from ancient times. His physical body was so strong that it was unimaginable. Every move he made was filled with great power. How is this possible? 1 against 1,000, Gu Fei swept away all his enemies. No one could withstand a single punch from him. Even the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Chengfeng, was the same. In just one move, both of his hands were crippled by Gu Fei. You killed Chu Tianshu, not Medicine Master Wu. Lu Chengfeng suddenly shouted. Retreat. Lu Chengyun immediately ordered a retreat. In just a few breaths' time, the Lu clan's 3,000 elite soldiers had already lost close to 1,000 people. 1/3 of the soldiers were smashed to death by Gu Fei's fists. In the martial village, the martial cultivators were extremely excited when they saw this scene. No one would have thought that Gu Fei was so powerful that he could fight 1,000 people alone. Those were martial Dao soldiers. A battle formation formed by 3,000 soldiers could almost fight against an innate realm warrior. This was the Lu clan's trump card. Whether or not the Lu clan could become a first-rate force in the Divine Dragon country depended on this battle formation. However, this battle formation was destroyed by Gu Fei alone. This almost drove Lu Chengfeng crazy. This was a battle formation that he had spent countless efforts to build. I'll kill you, Lu Chengfeng roared. Big brother, run. Chapter 3989. Taiyuan World, East Domain, Divine Dragon Mountain Range, in the Kingdom of Divine Dragon. The Lu clan planned to take advantage of the Chu clan's weakness to destroy the Chu clan and take over their territory. Everything was going smoothly. Under the leadership of Lu Chengfeng, the 3,000 soldiers of the Lu clan were invincible. They charged toward Chu City like a hot knife through butter. However, when they killed their way into the surrounding villages, they were stopped by a small village. The Wu village was a village that had produced an expert in both martial arts and medicine. Although the Wu village was small, with only a few thousand people, it was the most powerful village in the Tinley 8 villages. This was because there was a martial Dao master, Medicine Master Wu. Medicine Master Wu was a legend in the Tinley 8 villages. Not only was he a martial Dao master, but he was also a miraculous doctor. His medical skills were superb, and he was widely respected by the people. However, no one would have thought that apart from Medicine Master Wu, there was also a hidden true dragon in the Wu village. A true dragon that was even more powerful and terrifying than Medicine Master Wu. Not only did the clan leader of the Chu clan, Chu Tianshu, die in the hands of this man, but even the martial Dao soldiers of the Lu clan were defeated by this man. Gu Fei did not chase after the defeated dogs of the Lu clan. He turned around and returned to the Wu village. At this moment, everyone in the Wu village was in awe of Gu Fei. Wherever Gu Fei passed, they would automatically make way for him. Haha, Big Brother is the best after all. How could those useless chickens and stray dogs be a match for Big Brother? Only the little boy, Wu Ji, walked up to Gu Fei eagerly. Gu Fei patted Wu Ji's little head, then held his hand and walked to the back of the Wu village. He liked the peace and quiet there. However, Gu Fei knew that it would be impossible for him to have peace and quiet after this battle. Sigh, if Ahu leads us all the way, we might be able to take over the entire Lu clan's territory, someone in the Wu village said with pity. Our Wu village has a medicine master, and now we have Ahu. Our Wu village is destined to become the master of this territory, someone said excitedly. Gu Fei consecutively defeated the Chu clan and the Lu clan. This made the people of the martial village overjoyed, and they also saw the hope of the martial villages rise. Perhaps the martial village would be able to soar into the sky in one go. Some people in the Wu village were even planning how to take over the Chu family's territory. In the Taiyuan realm, the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the strongest fist was the boss. As long as Gu Fei was strong enough, he could do whatever he wanted in the Taiyuan realm. However, none of this was what he wanted. What he wanted was to recover his memories and know where he came from. He had even forgotten his own name, but the people of Wu village gave him a domineering name, Ahu, which was as strong and domineering as a fierce tiger. Medicine Master Wu didn't take the chance to chase after the Lu clan soldiers. Apothecary Wu was quite a character. He was obsessed with martial arts and the art of healing. He didn't have the heart to contend for hegemony. Otherwise, the surrounding villages would have long belonged to the Wu village. What a pity! What a pity! Some people in the Wu village felt that it was a pity. One should know that the Chu and Lu clans' territories were huge. If they could rule over these two territories, the Wu village could become a first-rate force in the Divine Dragon country. When the news of the Wu village defeating the Lu clan spread, the entire Divine Dragon mountain range was shaken. Even the king of the Divine Dragon country was surprised and turned his attention to the Wu village. Although the Chu and Lu clans were only second-rate forces in the Divine Dragon country, they weren't weak cultivation clans. How could they be defeated by a Wu village that no one had ever heard of? Could it be that an innate realm warrior was born in this Wu village? An innate realm warrior was a big shot in the Divine Dragon country. If an innate realm warrior was born in the Wu village, it wouldn't be a small matter. Capital of the Divine Dragon country, in the Palace Hall. Is the Crown Prince in the Divine Dragon mountain range? Let him go to the Wu village to take a look. If an innate realm warrior is born in the Wu village, it would be a great merit to recruit him. The king of the Divine Dragon country, Zhou Xian, said to a servant beside him. Yes. The servant hurriedly accepted the order and left the palace hall. In the capital of the Divine Dragon country, the royal Zhou clan was the #1 force. In the entire Divine Dragon country, there were only two top-notch families, the Wang clan and the Qin clan. Just as the king of the Divine Dragon country passed down the decree, the Wang clan and the Qin clan also took action. The Wang clan and the Qin clan also sent people to the Wu village. Gu Fei's guess was right. Once he defeated the Lu clan, he wouldn't be able to live peacefully anymore. In the Divine Dragon mountain range, the divine light that descended from the sky attracted the attention of countless people. However, everyone who entered the Divine Dragon mountain range only found a giant pit. On a mountain peak beside the giant pit, A young man in white was fanning himself and looking at the giant pit. What exactly fell from the sky and created such a giant pit here? Could it really be like the rumors say, that a deity descended from the sky and created this giant pit? Just as the white-robed young man was in deep thought, a golden bird suddenly shot towards him like an arrow and landed directly on his shoulder. The young man in white removed the fist-sized golden bird and saw a small bamboo tube tied to its leg. He removed the bamboo tube from the golden bird's leg and released the golden bird. "Father wants me to go to the Wu village?" The young man in white looked at the small piece of paper in his hand and was a little confused. However, he immediately turned around and went down the mountain, quickly disappearing into the mountains. At this time, the people of the Wu village actually wanted to take over Chu City. In the name of the second granduncle, they gathered the cultivators of the Wu village and sent an envoy to Chu City, asking the Chu clan to get lost. Unexpectedly, the Chu clan in Chu City actually got lost. This was something that even the second granduncle and the others did not expect. The Chu clan was afraid. Even the Lu clan was defeated by the Wu village. What could the Chu clan possibly offer to fight against the Wu village? Therefore, the Chu clan admitted defeat. The second granduncle and the others also sent people to Lu City at the same time. However, this time, the Lu clan directly killed the unlucky envoy. Lu Changfeng even clamored that he would seek revenge on Gu Fei. "Killing our Wu village's envoy, the Lu clan is seeking death." An aged roar came from the Wu village. Soon, someone went to Gu Fei and asked for Gu Fei's help. However, Gu Fei could not be bothered. He only cared about teaching the little kid Wu Ji martial arts. Although he couldn't remember anything, he could see the flaws and weaknesses in Wu Ji's martial path at a glance. Under Gu Fei's guidance, the little kid Wu Ji's martial arts cultivation actually broke through to the 6th level of the mortal realm. This was a little brat, but he had actually cultivated to the 6th heaven of the mortal realm. This was too heaven-defying. Even the royal family of the divine dragon nation had not cultivated to the 6th heaven of the mortal realm at such a young age. This is the Wu village? Chapter 3990. The Chu clan's submission allowed the Wu clan in the Wu village to take over the Chu clan's territory. Some people in the Wu village were quite ambitious. They wanted the Lu clan to lower their heads. However, although the Lu clan had suffered a great loss in the battle against Gu Fei, they still had their strength, which was not something the Chu clan could compare with. The Lu clan killed the emissary sent by the Wu clan. They even announced that if the Wu clan dared to set foot on the Lu clan's territory, they would kill every single one of them. Damn it, the Lu clan is too much. How can a defeated army be so arrogant? When the news reached the Wu village, even the second great uncle slammed the table. The others were even more furious. They all suggested attacking the Lu clan to show them how powerful the Wu clan was. However, some people remained calm and did not join in. Wu Chenghu was the second strongest expert in the Wu village after Medicine Master Wu. Although he was not a grandmaster, his combat strength was very close to it. Half-step Grandmaster Wu Chenghu was one of the strongest in the surrounding villages. He did not support attacking the Lu clan, but the second great uncle was determined to do so. Even Wu Chenghu had to listen to the second great uncle's orders. As soon as the second great uncle gave the order, all the martial artists in the surrounding villages rushed to the Wu village. However, although there were many martial artists in the surrounding villages, they were all at the mortal realm. The strongest martial artists in the other villages were at the 10th heaven of the mortal realm. There was not even a half-step grandmaster. Facing the Lu clan with such strength was like throwing an egg against a rock. They would be courting death. Many people pinned their hopes on Gu Fei. At that moment, a young man in white waving a folding fan appeared at the entrance of the Wu village. It was already dusk. Smoke rose from the chimneys of the Wu village. The people who had gone out were coming back one after another. When they saw the young man in white standing at the entrance, they were all afraid. The young man in white chuckled and walked forward, intending to enter the Wu village. Halt! A loud shout came from the martial village, and a middle-aged martial arts practitioner strode out from inside. "Humph!" The young man in white sneered, but he did not stop. "Are you deaf? My uncle is telling you to stop." A young man behind the middle-aged man shouted at the young man in white. No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. The white-clothed youth's face turned cold. The hand holding the fan paused for a moment, and then he waved his hand. 5 cold lights immediately rushed out of the fan and shot toward the person in front of him. Within each ray of cold light, there was a silver needle faintly visible. The expression of the middle-aged man who walked out of the Wu village changed. Then, he drew his blade and attacked. In one breath, he slashed the 5 beams of cold light that shot at him. Seeing that the middle-aged martial artist had actually blocked his move, the white-clothed youth was a little surprised. Wu village is indeed full of hidden talents. The young man calmly looked at the middle-aged martial artist opposite him. Who are you? Wu Chenghu sheathed his saber, but his hand was still on the hilt, ready to strike again at any time. You don't have the right to know who I am. Tell Alchemist Wu to come see me. The white-robed young man's attitude was arrogant. What did you say? Wu Chenghu was instantly enraged. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? The white-clothed youth was a little displeased, and his face darkened. Preposterous. No matter how well-mannered Wu Chenghu was, he was completely enraged by this white-clothed youth. Clang! Without any hesitation, Wu Chenghu directly drew his saber. In a flash of cold light, a ray of saber light had already slashed in front of the white-clothed youth. The deep cold saber aura spread out, and a gust of strong wind was set off in the surroundings. Sand and pebbles were sent flying outside the Wu village's entrance. At this time, the white-clothed youth also moved. With a single step, he directly dodged Wu Chenghu's move, and then he slapped Wu Chenghu's chest with his palm. In the next moment, Wu Chenghu let out a scream and was directly sent flying backward. What? Everyone near the Wu village's entrance was stunned by this scene, especially the 2 young men who came out with Wu Chenghu. Their legs were even trembling, and they were so frightened that they almost fell to the ground. Wu Chenghu, a half-step grandmaster, actually couldn't take a blow from the other party. Grandmaster? Wu Chenghu slowly stood up from the ground and reached out to wipe a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the white-clothed youth with an extremely cold gaze. Grandmasters are like ants in my eyes, the white-clothed youth said indifferently. The white-robed young man said indifferently. He had already shown mercy. Otherwise, even if this guy had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. How arrogant of you! At this time, an old voice was heard. Then, a group of people walked out of the Wu village, and the person in the lead was the second great-uncle. It's not that I'm arrogant, but you guys are too useless, the white-clothed youth said arrogantly. When the martial artists of the Wu village saw this, they were all shocked and furious. Where did this guy come from? Go and get the apothecary, the second great-uncle said to a middle-aged man beside him. Yes. The middle-aged man hurriedly accepted the order and left. At this time, the white-clothed youth put away his folding fan and stood with his hands behind his back, not even looking at the second great-uncle and the others. Damn it! Seeing this, the second great-uncle was so angry that his hands were trembling. The current Wu village was not the Wu village of the past. This guy dared to ignore them. This was unforgivable. Soon, the middle-aged man who went to invite Wu pharmacist returned. Pharmacist isn't here? Everyone's expression turned a little ugly. This guy even defeated Wu Chenghu. Among all the people present, there was absolutely no one who was a match for this detestable guy. Then go and invite Ahu. Yes, the middle-aged man was about to turn around. Wait, go and find Wu Ji first. The second great-uncle seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Yes, great-uncle. The middle-aged man nodded and then turned around and left. Everyone knew why the second great-uncle did this. Ahu, also known as Gu Fei, did not give face to anyone. Only Wu Ji, the little kid, could invite Ahu. In the eyes of the martial artists of the Wu village, only the mysterious Ahu was a match for this guy. However, the middle-aged man who had gone to invite Ahu came back alone. What's going on? This time, the second great-uncle and the others were dumbfounded. How unlucky they were today. Everything was going wrong. Everyone had a bad feeling about this. Ahu said to get lost. The middle-aged man said to the white-clothed youth directly, Get lost? Haha. The white-clothed youth was stunned when he heard that. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Since young, no one had ever dared to tell him to get lost. Who on earth was this Ahu? An innate martial artist? The white-clothed youth suddenly stopped smiling. The next moment, he directly soared into the sky like a big bird, directly diving into the Wu village. What? Seeing that, everyone could not help but be shocked and hurriedly chased after that figure. Soon, the white-clothed youth arrived at the back of the Wu village. This? Chapter 3991. The arrogance of the young man in white infuriated everyone in the Wu village. The second granduncle of the Wu clan had no choice but to seek help from Gu Fei. As for Gu Fei, he still couldn't remember who he was. In the Wu village, he was the mysterious Ahu. Are you the one who told me to scram? The young man in white stared at Gu Fei, who looked like an ordinary person, and said coldly. He was a little afraid of Gu Fei because he couldn't see through him at all. Big brother told you to scram, and you still dare to come here? The little boy Wu Ji said in disbelief. His big brother was a ruthless person. Big brother was a great expert who could fight against 1,000 soldiers alone. No one has ever dared to tell me to scram. You're the first. The young man in white was furious. When he saw that Gu Fei didn't even look at him, he almost went crazy. Is that so? Gu Fei said this expressionlessly and didn't say anything else. At this time, the second granduncle and the others also arrived. They were all watching from afar. If the two of them were to fight, they would be affected, and that would be unpleasant. Go to hell. The young man in white roared and stretched out his right hand. A powerful wave of energy immediately rushed out from his hand. In the void, a huge hand appeared. The huge hand directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei still didn't look at the white-clothed young man. He just flicked out a rock in his hand, and a light sound of air being torn apart resounded. After that, the rock directly pierced through the white-clothed young man's hand and shot towards the person behind it. The young man in white was shocked and quickly dodged. The stone brushed past his forehead and left a blood stain on it. Kill. The young man in white was completely enraged. He roared and the folding fan in his hand immediately flew up, turning into an extremely sharp light blade and slashed at Gu Fei. Big brother, be careful, the little boy Wu Ji shouted. Gu Fei casually reached out his hand to grab the light blade that was slashing at him. He directly crushed the light blade and the folding fan. What? At this time, the white-robed young man was stunned. This guy broke his move with a casual wave of his hand? How is this possible? The people of the Wu village seemed to have already known the outcome, so they were not too surprised. I told you not to scram, so you can stay here forever. After saying that, Gu Fei stood up from the ground and took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of the white-clothed young man. Then, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the young man's neck, lifting him up. The white-robed youth's shock was no small matter. This guy looked like an ordinary person, but his battle prowess was extremely strong. Don't kill me. When the white-clothed youth sensed the killing intent coming from Gu Fei, he immediately panicked. This guy was not someone to be trifled with. He would really kill him. Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. These hedonistic young masters were incomparably arrogant, but once they weren't a match for him, they would immediately turn into cowards. I'm the prince of the divine dragon nation. Let me go. The white-clothed youth said through gritted teeth. What? The prince of the divine dragon nation? Everyone was shocked. The prince of the divine dragon nation was not someone anyone could provoke. After all, the divine dragon nation was not like the Chu clan or the Lu clan. The divine dragon nation was filled with experts, and the king was an unparalleled expert. At this moment, the people of the Wu village finally understood why this white-clothed youth was so powerful. To be able to defeat Wu Chenghu in a single move, it seemed like he had the strength to do so. Gu Fei suddenly smiled and exerted force with his right hand. Crack! He directly broke the white-clothed youth's neck. The dignified prince of the divine dragon nation was actually killed by Gu Fei just like that. I hate it when people threaten me. Gu Fei threw the white-clothed youth's corpse to the side. The people of the Wu village were all dumbfounded. No one expected that Gu Fei would still dare to kill the white-clothed youth after knowing his movement skill. This was going to make the entire Divine Dragon Nation his enemy. What should we do? At this moment, even second Grand Uncle's expression turned ugly. The Divine Dragon Nation's prince had died in the Wu village. This was absolutely shocking. The Wu village blocked the news, but it was useless. Many people saw Gu Fei break the neck of the Divine Dragon Nation's prince. When the news reached the capital of the Divine Dragon Nation, the entire city was shocked. Everyone was in disbelief. Who was so powerful? Who actually dared to kill the prince? Who will go and destroy the Wu village? In the palace hall of the Divine Dragon Nation's capital, the king of the Divine Dragon Nation, Zhou Xian, glanced at the officials in the hall and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go." A general stood out. "All right, then you, Song Ao, go." Zhou Xian said, "Your subject obeys." As war god Song Ao spoke, he bowed towards King Zhou Xian and walked out of the main hall. He gathered his troops and charged towards Wu village. When the Lu clan learned that Gu Fei had killed the Wang prince, they were both surprised and delighted. That guy was too arrogant. He even dared to kill the Wang prince. The Wang prince was the future monarch of a nation. The death of the Wang prince caused a huge uproar in the entire Divine Dragon Nation. Some forces were ready to make a move. The Divine Dragon Nation was not as united as it seemed on the surface. Half an hour later, a group of people riding on tall horses directly rushed out of the capital city, disappearing into the dusky sky. What happened? Why did the Wang prince die in a small place like the Wu village? Some people found it hard to understand. It should be known that the Wu village was just a small place. If it wasn't for the Wang prince dying there, perhaps no one would even know about the Wu village. At this moment, in the Wu village, the upper echelons of the Wu village did not know what to do. One should know that the person who died here was not an ordinary person. It was the Wang prince. In this way, the Wu village was in a desperate situation. If the monarch of the Divine Dragon Nation wanted to destroy the surrounding villages, wouldn't it be child's play? That guy from the Wu village is too stupid. He actually dared to offend the Divine Dragon Nation. Who was that guy? He actually dared to kill the Wang prince. In an instant, because of the Wang prince's death, the entire Divine Dragon Nation became unstable. This was definitely a situation that would affect the whole nation. Ahu can't stay here with us anymore. That's right. We should hand Ahu over. The upper echelons of the Wu village gathered together and were discussing countermeasures. Some people wanted to hand Ahu over, but others objected. Even if they handed Ahu over, the Divine Dragon Nation would not let the people of the Wu village off so easily. Some people were too naive. "Big brother, you killed the Wang prince." The little boy was still following Gu Fei. At this moment, the others were hiding from Gu Fei, not daring to have any contact with him. Only Wu Yao occasionally came to talk to Gu Fei. The Wang prince? He's just an ant in my eyes. Chapter 3992. Ahu from the Wu village is in trouble. What happened? I heard that Ahu killed Crown Prince Wang. What? Ahu killed Crown Prince Wang? That can't be. The news of Gu Fei killing Crown Prince Wang could not be suppressed at all. After all, he was Crown Prince Wang, not a disciple of an ordinary cultivation clan. In the eastern region of the Great Origin Realm, the Divine Dragon Nation was ruled by the Dongwu dynasty. Although it was only one of the countless vassal states, the king of the Divine Dragon Nation was not a vassal state with a different surname. The king of the Divine Dragon Nation was a member of the royal family of the Dongwu dynasty. This member of the royal family was demoted to the Divine Dragon Nation and became the king of the Divine Dragon Nation. In other words, although the Divine Dragon Nation was small, the king's background was very deep. Gu Fei killing Crown Prince Wang was equivalent to killing a descendant of the royal family of the Dongwu dynasty. Not to mention the king of the Divine Dragon Nation. Even the Dongwu dynasty would not let it go. When the forces that originally wanted to form an alliance with the Wu village received the news, they immediately drew a clear line with the Wu village and hurriedly left. Therefore, Gu Fei turned from the useful Ahu to the troublemaker. Haha, that guy is seeking his own death. When the news reached Lu City, Lu Chengfeng's gloating laughter came from the city lord's mansion. Humph, I want to see how long that guy can be so unbridled. Lu Qingyun said with a cold smile. Not only did Ahu from the Wu village kill his third brother, Lu Qinglong, but he also defeated the Lu clan's warrior army by himself. The Lu clan and Gu Fei had a huge grudge, so the Lu clan was naturally happy to see Gu Fei suffer. The Chu clan, which had previously submitted to the Wu village, also rebelled. All the people from the Wu village in Chu City were killed by the Chu clan's elders, and no one could escape back to the Wu village. The Wu village was isolated, and the other 7 villages in the area also broke their alliance with the Wu village. While the people of Wu village were panicking, Gu Fei was not nervous at all. He did not care at all. He did not care if the world was falling apart outside. It had nothing to do with him. However, in this Wu village, only Medicine Master Wu and Wu Ji, the grandfather and grandson, would come to look for Gu Fei from time to time. As for the others, they could not wait to avoid him, let alone take the initiative to look for him. This Ahu is simply a jinx. Someone in the Wu village said, Our Wu village is in deep trouble because of him. This is a disaster that will wipe out the entire clan. The Divine Dragon Country's crown prince had died in the Wu village. The Divine Dragon Country's king would definitely be furious, and the Wu village could be destroyed by the Divine Dragon Country at any time. Big brother, aren't you nervous? In the evening, the little wimp Wu Ji came over again. This little fellow brought over a roasted chicken and a pot of wine. Gu Fei and Wu Ji sat on a huge rock at the back of the mountain, eating and drinking at the same time. Wu Ji was very curious as to why Gu Fei was still able to keep his composure until now. Do I need to be nervous? Gu Fei said indifferently. I heard that the Divine Dragon Country's king is furious and will personally come to avenge the crown prince, Wu Ji said worriedly. Come if you want. Gu Fei took the pot of wine and raised his head to take a sip. His current memory was the memory after he woke up in the Wu village. The memory before he woke up had disappeared, and he could not recall it no matter how hard he tried. However, even if he had forgotten everything, even his name, he was not afraid of anyone. He did not know why, but he was not afraid of anyone. You came from the sky. Are you really a deity that descended from the sky? Wu Ji asked curiously. He had seen the scene of Gu Fei descending from the sky with his own eyes. To the martial artists of the Taiyuan realm, breaking through the void and ascending to the upper realm was a lifelong pursuit. Wu Ji was also very curious about the legendary upper realm. I don't know. Gu Fei frowned. So what if I'm a deity that descended from the sky? So what if it's the upper realm? None of this could arouse his interest. He only wanted to know who he was. Wu Ji wanted to ask again. However, at this moment, Gu Fei suddenly raised his hand. Wu Ji looked at Gu Fei in surprise. Since you're here, why don't you come out and have a drink? Gu Fei said indifferently. What? Wu Ji was taken aback. Someone was actually nearby, but he could not sense the other party's presence. This person's cultivation was definitely higher than his. Ha! A crisp and melodious laughter was heard. Then, a black figure walked out from the forest at the side. Wu Ji turned around and saw a masked woman in black walking towards them. With just a few steps, the woman arrived at the big rock. Who are you? Wu Ji's expression was extremely solemn. This was the back mountain of the Wu village. This person was quite capable to be able to sneak in here. One should know that the Wu village was in a precarious situation at this time, and the defense of the Wu village was much tighter than ever. Little brother, you're so cute. The woman in black extended her hand to Wu Ji. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Fei said indifferently without raising his head. The woman in black's hand was about to touch Wu Ji, but she suddenly retracted it. You're the legendary deity? The woman in black sized up Gu Fei curiously. I don't know. Gu Fei said the same thing again. Why? Can't you tell me? The woman in black sat down and plucked a drumstick from the roasted chicken. Then, she lifted the veil and started eating. My drumstick. Wu Ji was speechless when he saw this. You were sent by the Divine Dragon Kingdom ruler? Gu Fei handed the wine pot in his hand to the mysterious woman. Hee. The woman in black took the wine pot and took a sip before handing it back to Gu Fei. Who is the Divine Dragon Kingdom ruler to be able to send me here? The mysterious woman said disdainfully. Are you from the Dongwu dynasty? Wu Ji's expression turned even more solemn. Is there only the Dongwu dynasty in the East region? The mysterious woman in black pretended to be mysterious. Wu Ji was just a kid. How could he know so much? Where you're from has nothing to do with me. Gu Fei took the wine pot and took a sip. You're pretty calm. The woman in black said indifferently. Huh. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly pricked up his ears. Boom. The next moment, a loud noise came from the village entrance. Enemy attack. The Wu village was in chaos. Kill. Flatten this place. A loud, angry roar was heard, spreading through the entire Wu village and the surrounding villages. Rumble. The heavy sound of horse hooves could be heard as a troop of soldiers charged into the Wu village from the outside. Wherever they passed, it was like a hot knife through butter. Soon, they reached the back of the mountain. The people from the Divine Dragon Kingdom are here. The woman in black said, Big brother, what should we do? Wu Ji panicked. Whoever wants my life, I'll take their life. Gu Fei's face was still indifferent. You killed Crown Prince Wang? At this moment, a figure soared into the sky from the Wu village and dashed towards where Gu Fei was. It was a middle-aged general in black armor. He was holding a spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear was still dripping with blood. Huh, you're here too? The general was clearly taken aback when he saw the mysterious veiled woman in front of Gu Fei. Oomph. The woman in black sneered but did not say anything. Just a bunch of ants. Gu Fei said faintly. He did not take the entire battle general seriously at all. You're courting death. The general was enraged. He stabbed his spear at Gu Fei. The tip of the spear was like a cold star, piercing between Gu Fei's brows in an instant. However, Gu Fei casually stretched out his hand and caught the spear with 2 fingers. What? When the general saw this, his shock was no small matter. However, something even more shocking happened. Gu Fei exerted force, and the tip of the spear snapped. With a flash of cold light, the spear flew back to the general. Without any suspense, the tip of the spear pierced through the general. The general fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. With just one move, he killed one of the generals of the ruler of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Even the masked woman in black was stunned. This guy is just an ordinary person. Why does he have such powerful combat ability? Roar. A roar was heard. Then, Gu Fei saw a tall man holding a giant axe walk out from the crowd and arrive before Gu Fei. This burly man was like an iron tower, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Little guy, you killed Zhou Tong? The giant man's voice was like a bell, echoing throughout the entire Wu village. At this moment, in the Wu village, the warriors of the Wu village were defeated. They were no match for the well-trained warriors of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Only Medicine Master Wu could fight a Grandmaster under the ruler of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. As for the other warriors, they were crying for their parents as they were chased by the warriors of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Soon, a thick smell of blood enveloped the entire Wu village. Zhou Tong is dead? At this moment, the warriors under the ruler of the Divine Dragon Kingdom were shocked when they heard the giant man's voice. They quickly rushed to the back of the mountain. Even the warriors of the Divine Dragon Kingdom were gathering at the back of the mountain. Zhou Tong was the younger brother of the ruler of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. He was extremely powerful, but now, this person who could summon the wind and rain in the Divine Dragon Kingdom had become a cold corpse. Zhou Tong is really dead. At this moment, the warriors under the ruler of the Divine Dragon Kingdom were all dumbfounded. This was Zhou Tong. How were they going to explain to the ruler that he had died here? Kill. The leader of the warriors roared angrily and charged towards Gu Fei. You still want to die? After saying that, Gu Fei clenched his right hand. Next, he punched out at the charging general. Bam! Crack! The sound of the collision and the shattering of bones were heard at the same time. The warrior was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. He was already dead while he was still in the air. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This guy was actually powerful to such an extent that he could kill a guru powerhouse with a single punch. Chapter 39-93. The fact that Gu Fei killed a grandmaster with a single punch shocked everyone, especially the experts from the Divine Dragon Nation. They were all dumbfounded. Killing a grandmaster with one punch. Is this person an Xiantian realm martial artist? The other general from the Divine Dragon country said with a trembling voice. A martial arts grandmaster was actually killed with one punch in front of them. This scene was too shocking. Even an Xiantian realm martial artist has to die. At this moment, a cold voice came from the back of the crowd. The crowd immediately became restless. Then, the crowd opened up a path, and a mysterious person covered in a black robe walked out. When that person walked out, the mysterious veiled woman beside Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Emotionnaire, I didn't expect you to be here. The man lifted his hood and revealed his face. He was an old man with a thin face and a pair of eyes like a venomous snake. Baleful insect. In Wuchang? The mysterious woman was shocked. Big sister, is this guy very powerful? Little wimp Wuji was not afraid at all. He hid behind Gu Fei and kept peeking his head out to look around. Very powerful. This guy is the sect leader of the Baleful sect. His name is In Wuchang, and he's at the middle level of the Xiantian realm. The mysterious woman looked at Gu Fei as she spoke. However, when she saw that Gu Fei didn't have any expression on his face and still looked indifferent, she couldn't help but be moved. An Xiantian that's stronger than a grandmaster? The little brat Wu Ji stuck out his tongue and curiously looked at the old man in front of him. Haha, sect leader In, with you here, it'll be hard for this guy to not die. When the experts from the Divine Dragon country saw In Wuchang, they couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Although Gu Fei was strong and killed a grandmaster with one punch, it was nothing in front of In Wuchang. Kid, you're dead for sure. The Divine Dragon Nation's Grandmaster Battle General stared at Gu Fei, who was on the huge rock, and sneered. I don't know if I'm going to die, but I do know that you're definitely going to die, Gu Fei said as he glanced at the general indifferently. This fellow dares to be so arrogant in front of sect leader In? He's simply courting death. So arrogant at such a young age. What will happen in the future? Haha, does this kid have a future? The warriors of the Divine Dragon Nation mocked disdainfully. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei. More accurately, they were optimistic about this young man named Ahu. Ahu was a name given to Gu Fei by the people of the Wu village. Gu Fei was forced into the cycle of reincarnation by the primogenitor. His memories were sealed, and he even forgot his name. Naturally, he had also forgotten all the cultivation methods and combat skills that he had previously cultivated. Now, he was only relying on his instincts to fight these so-called martial Dao grandmasters and Xiantian martial artists. Even so, Gu Fei was enough to crush all his opponents. Moreover, he was a supreme existence of the eternal realm after all. He could see the flaws of these so-called martial Dao grandmasters and Xiantian martial artists at a glance. What he wanted to do was actually very simple, and that was to use the most direct method to find the flaws of these warriors and kill them in one blow. Little punk, do you want to come down and die yourself? Or do you want me to do it? If you want me to do it, you'll die a horrible death. In Wuchang stared at Gu Fei with a venomous gaze, his face cold and arrogant. He was a generation of Xiantian martial artists. His cultivation was at the middle level of Xiantian, which was enough for him to be unrivaled in the Divine Dragon Nation. One had to know that in the entire Divine Dragon Nation, there were only 2 true realm martial artists, less than 20 Xiantian martial artists, and even fewer than 10 Xiantian martial artists. There were only 5 or 6 Xiantian martial artists at the advanced level, and only 3 or 4 Xiantian martial artists at the peak level. After all, the Divine Dragon Nation was only a small vassal state among the countless vassal states in the eastern region of the Great Origin World. There were many vassal states that were stronger than the Divine Dragon Nation. Asking my big brother to go down and die? Why don't you come up and kill yourself, old man? The little punk shouted at In Wuchang. Little guy, you're courting death. In Wuchang was instantly enraged. His eyes narrowed, and an invisible divine will immediately rushed out of his eyes and shot towards Wu Ji. Xiantian martial artists could already condense divine will. In Wuchang was an expert at the middle level of Xiantian. His divine will could condense into a thread and kill people invisibly. Of course, with the strength of his divine will, he could only kill people invisibly within a range of 10 feet. Oomph! Gu Fei snorted coldly, and the void in front of him trembled slightly. While everyone was baffled, In Wuchang's face turned pale as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body swayed. He looked at the little punk on the big rock in disbelief. How is this possible? This guy actually broke his divine will killer move with sound waves. No matter how he looked at him, this guy looked like an ordinary person without a trace of a martial artist's aura. However, if this guy was an ordinary person, he could kill a grandmaster with one punch and break his divine will killer move. In Wuchang's expression turned solemn. An opponent that he couldn't see through was usually the scariest opponent. At this moment, the surrounding people were still mocking Gu Fei on the big rock. Kill! In Wuchang suddenly roared in anger. A cold and gloomy aura immediately exploded from his body, and a gust of gloomy wind spread out. The surrounding people immediately staggered and screamed as they staggered to the side. In the next moment, In Wuchang jumped up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei on the big rock. Io! Seeing In Wuchang's attack, the little punk Wu Ji quickly hid behind Gu Fei. Little punk, die! In Wuchang stretched out his right hand, and a gust of black gas immediately rushed out from his hand, turning into a black hand the size of a small mountain, grabbing towards Gu Fei and the others. This In Wuchang didn't intend to let Emocien go. It's the baleful In demon hand. Emocien couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the black hand descending from the sky. The baleful In sect walked the path of MCMAU, and this In Wuchang's martial path was close to that of the devil. Gu Fei didn't care about what kind of baleful In demon hand it was, and directly punched upwards. His fist moved quickly in the void, and actually made a low explosive sound. There wasn't any martial path energy that exploded from Gu Fei's fist. However, this punch that looked like an ordinary person directly penetrated In Wuchang's baleful In demon hand under everyone's mocking gaze. Gu Fei's fist shook, and directly shook the void. A circle of visible ripples immediately spread out from his fist. In the next moment, In Wuchang screamed in pain and retreated violently. His right arm actually instantly shattered in the void, turning into a blood mist. What? Seeing this scene, the expressions of the experts sent by the divine dragon country king changed from mocking to shock. Chapter 3994. Gu Fei defeated an innate with one punch, shocking everyone. How is this possible? Everyone couldn't believe it. In Wuchang was a sect leader, yet he was defeated by this guy with one punch. Even his right arm was shattered into a bloody mist. Sect leader In lost? Everyone couldn't accept it. Who are you? In Wuchang's face turned pale. He had an innate body. Although he lost his right arm, he still had the strength to fight. But at this moment, how would he dare to attack? Everyone only saw Gu Fei shatter In Wuchang's right arm with one punch, but they didn't know that In Wuchang was almost killed by Gu Fei with one punch. If In Wuchang didn't retreat in time, he would have been smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's punch. You don't need to know who I am. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. You. In Wuchang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His expression changed several times. Finally, under everyone's shocked and confused gaze, he turned and left without looking back. This. The martial masters of the divine dragon country were all dumbfounded. In Wuchang left just like that. I couldn't tell that you were pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The mysterious Lady Emocien looked at Gu Fei and mocked, defeating an innate with one punch. This guy's cultivation was definitely above the innate realm. Even if he wasn't a true realm warrior, he was at least a peak innate realm warrior. Even a peak innate realm warrior couldn't defeat a middle-level innate with one punch. Only a peak innate realm warrior or a half-step true realm warrior could do so. Gu Fei didn't deny it. My big brother is the strongest. These guys are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. The little brat Wu Ji said proudly. Let's go together and kill him. That's right. We have so many people. I don't believe we can't kill this little guy. The Divine Dragon Nation's Grandmaster Battle Generals clamored. These battle generals commanded thousands of soldiers, and at this moment, The Divine Dragon Nation's army of close to 10,000 had already surrounded the Wu village. The entire Wu village had already been conquered by the Divine Dragon Country's army. Even the second granduncle, who had the highest seniority in the Wu village, had become the prisoner of a middle-aged man wearing an official robe. Only Medicine Master Wu and a few others managed to escape to the mountain behind the Wu village. Come down and accept your death, and I will let them go. The middle-aged man calmly looked at Gu Fei, who was on the boulder. He had an extraordinary bearing, and he had the aura of a king. However, he wasn't the Divine Dragon Nation's true martial realm king. King Xiaoyao? I didn't expect his lordship to invite this person. When the generals and martial experts under the Divine Dragon ruler saw this middle-aged man in an official robe, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Freedom King was a martial Dao expert who was much stronger than the Dark Fiend sect master, In Wuchang. Some people said that he already had 1 foot in the martial true realm. This unfettered king had a great background. He was also a member of the Dongwu dynasty's royal family. Although the Dongwu dynasty had conferred him the title of unfettered king, he did not have any land. It was just an empty title. Gu Fei glanced at King Xiaoyao but did not say anything. Kill. Unfettered King waved his hand, and the people behind him immediately raised their sabers. More than 10 Wu village martial artists were immediately beheaded and killed. Wu Ji, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, saw this scene and his eyes turned red. Why? Are you still not coming down to accept your death? Unfettered King stared coldly at Gu Fei. This time, not only did Gu Fei not say anything, he did not even look at Unfettered King. At this moment, someone brought more than 10 Wu village martial artists over and kicked them to the ground. Once Unfettered King gave the order, they would raise their sabers and kill them. Very well. Unfettered King's expression turned ugly. With a wave of his hand, the saber flashed, and the 10 Wu village martial artists who were brought up were killed on the spot. At this moment, everyone looked at this scene in shock. There were countless people standing around, but it was eerily quiet. Unfettered King, you're too much. Medicine Master Wu roared angrily. Humph. A small village dares to go against the entire Divine Dragon Country? You don't know what's good for you. You deserve to be annihilated. Unfettered King sneered. Little brat, as long as you come down to accept your death, I will let them go. I, Unfettered King, am a man of my words. Unfettered King looked at Gu Fei with a solemn expression. Everyone looked at Gu Fei, waiting for him to speak. Even Emocian looked at Gu Fei. She was curious about what Gu Fei would choose. In Emocian's opinion, in front of an unparalleled expert like Gu Fei, even if all the people of Wu village died, it would have nothing to do with him. At this moment, another batch of Wu village martial artists was brought up. Big brother, you can't kill them this time. The little wimp Wu Ji suddenly cried out with incomparable nervousness. Wu Ji, save me. A little girl was being held down by a soldier, kneeling on the ground. She was trembling in fear and crying softly while looking at Wu Ji. In Wu village, everyone practiced martial arts. Even a little girl was a martial artist. It's Wu Yu. Big brother. You have to save her. Wu Ji grabbed Gu Fei's hand and shook it violently. Gu Fei liked Wu Ji very much. When he heard what Wu Ji said, he couldn't help but frown. This was the first time Emocian saw Gu Fei's expression change. It seemed like he really valued this little boy from Wu village. What now? Come down and accept your death, and I will let everyone go. Unfettered King's expression was cold and arrogant. Get out of Wu village right now, and I will spare your lives. Gu Fei glanced at Unfettered King coldly and said, What? Haha, this kid is crazy. How dare he say such words? He is so arrogant in front of Unfettered King. Unfettered King is not an impermanence. Everyone was waiting to see Gu Fei make a fool of himself. One must know that Unfettered King was half a step into the true realm and was extremely powerful. Other than true realm martial artists, Unfettered King was invincible. Haha, Unfettered King laughed out of anger. Ever since he started his cultivation journey, no one dared to tell him to get lost. This kid thinks he is invincible just because he defeated an impermanence with one punch? What a joke. An impermanence was someone he could poke to death with one finger. let alone one punch. I gave you guys a chance, but you guys didn't know how to cherish it. Sigh. Gu Fei glanced at the countless martial artists below the boulder and shook his head helplessly. Haha, act. Continue acting. Some of the Divine Dragon Country's Grandmaster Battle Generals laughed in disdain. Since he dares to be so impudent in front of unfettered King, sigh. Someone sighed and shook his head. He is still young and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said something like that. Kill. At this moment, unfettered King said the word kill. Chapter 3995. The Freedom King was extremely domineering. He wanted to use the lives of the Wu villagers to force Gu Fei to yield. However, he did not expect that Gu Fei would never yield to the lives of the Wu villagers. But now, the Freedom King wanted to kill Wu Yu. Wu Yu was Wu Ji's playmate. Naturally, Wu Ji did not want to watch Wu Yu die under the Freedom King's saber. Hence, he went to beg Gu Fei. Kill. At this moment, the Freedom King had already given the order. The executioners raised their sabers and were about to kill Wu Yu and the others. Wu Yu was only a 5- or 6-year-old girl. She was already trembling in fear and closed her eyes in horror. However, Wu Yu waited for a long time, but the other party's knife still hadn't landed on her neck. She couldn't help but open her eyes and see that the executioners around her were all standing there motionlessly with their knives raised high. Drip. A drop of blood suddenly dripped on the ground in front of Wu Yu. Wu Yu raised her head and saw that the Divine Dragon Country executioner beside her was bleeding profusely from between his brows. There was actually a hole the size of a finger in between his brows. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew past. The dozen executioners from the Divine Dragon Country fell to the ground with a bloody hole in between their brows. The Freedom King was extremely shocked. He stared at Gu Fei's right hand and saw that there were a few stones in Gu Fei's right hand. That moment just now was simply too fast. As soon as he uttered the word kill, the dozen or so Divine Dragon Country soldiers who were holding the villagers of Wu Village had their foreheads pierced by the pebble that flew out of Gu Fei's hand, and they immediately died. How is this possible? The Freedom King was in disbelief. I told you to scram, but you refused to do so. Since you don't want to scram, then stay. There's no need to scram. Gu Fei glanced at the dumbfounded people in front of him and said indifferently. The king of the Divine Dragon Country wanted to annihilate the martial village to avenge the crown prince. There were more than 10,000 warriors, more than 1,000 warriors at the peak of the mortal realm, 200 grandmasters, dozens of innate rankers, and the unfettered king, who was half a step into the true realm. Such a force was more than enough to start a war with the neighboring vassal states, let alone the small Wu village. However, such a powerful force was deterred by a single person. This was definitely a person who could fight against an entire nation. There were not many martial arts practitioners like this in the eastern domain of the Taiyuan realm. This was a martial arts practitioner who was more powerful than the real realm. That was the sage realm. Only a martial sage of a generation could rival a country. Big Brother is the best. Wu Ji looked at Gu Fei with incomparable admiration. Gu Fei's invincible figure was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he would never be able to forget it for the rest of his life. Kill. Gu Fei leaped from the boulder and pounced on the countless martial arts experts in front of him. You're courting death. Do you think you're a sage realm martial arts practitioner who can rival a nation? The unfettered king sneered. At this moment, Gu Fei had already pounced into the crowd. The next moment, shrill screams sounded. Gu Fei waved his hand, and immediately, more than a dozen martial arts experts were sent flying. All of them vomited blood and were severely injured. Attack! Attack together. I don't believe that he can fight against our army alone. A Grandmaster warrior roared and charged at Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei punched out and turned the Grandmaster warrior into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, all the martial arts practitioners surrounding Gu Fei were terrified, but they couldn't stop. Countless warriors swarmed forward and attacked Gu Fei in a frenzy. On the boulder, Wu Ji and the others watched nervously. Roar! At this moment, Gu Fei exhaled and roared. Every punch he threw out was like a landslide, ferocious and invincible. He killed more than a dozen people in an instant, and the corpses around him increased. Everyone was stunned. This Gu Fei was simply a peerless, ferocious man. He could fight against 10,000 people alone. Regardless of whether they were grandmasters or Xiantian realm martial artists, they couldn't even withstand a single punch from him and were killed immediately. At this moment, the unfettered king was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What kind of enemy did the crown prince provoke? Looking at the martial arts practitioners falling under Gu Fei's fists, the unfettered king could no longer remain calm and could no longer sit still. At this moment, the Divine Dragon Nation's Grandmaster Warrior led the warriors and set up a battle formation. The strength of nearly 10,000 warriors merged into one. This was definitely a force so strong that even the unfettered king would tremble. However, Gu Fei didn't care about the battle formation. He charged straight into the sea of people, and no one could stop him. Gu Fei went on a killing spree. Everywhere he went, corpses were strewn all over the ground. Some martial arts practitioners with weaker wills were so scared that they wet their pants and were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled. Kill. A Grandmaster Warrior led a 1,000-man team and attacked Gu Fei. The strength of the 1,000-man team was concentrated on the Grandmaster Warrior leader. Roar. That Grandmaster Warrior let out a long howl toward the sky. His entire body was covered in flames, and martial arts energy erupted from his body like a mountain torrent. Eat my fist. That Grandmaster Warrior bellowed angrily and punched at Gu Fei. Violent martial arts energy erupted from this punch. Even the void was shaken, and ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared. Even the unfettered king would be moved by such a powerful punch. However, Gu Fei still had an indifferent expression. He directly met it with a punch. Bam! The two fists instantly collided with each other, and a low, muffled sound erupted. In the next moment, that Grandmaster Warrior's fist was directly shattered. Then, his arm, half of his body, and finally, his entire body was shattered. And the 1,000-man soldiers behind this Grandmaster Warrior were directly impacted by the force of the punch. Every soldier bled from the 7 orifices of their heads and fell to the ground. It seemed that they wouldn't be able to survive this, killing 1,000 people with one punch. The power of Gu Fei's punch scared the unfettered king out of his wits. Could he really be an unparalleled martial artist of the Saint Plain? The unfettered king's voice was trembling, and on the huge rock, the little boy and the mysterious lady, Xian, who saw this scene, were also stunned, killing 1,000 people with one punch. Only the legendary martial artists of the Saint Plain could have such powerful combat strength. However, there wasn't any martial artist's aura on Gu Fei's body. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Gu Fei anymore. He was a killing god who could fight against an entire country alone. Go for me. The Grandmaster Warrior continued to roar in anger. There were some people who weren't afraid of death and continued to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei snatched a huge saber. In the next moment, a saber light appeared. The sound of the saber cutting flesh resounded continuously. Countless martial artists screamed and fell to the ground. He's a demon. This time, even those innate martial artists were scared silly. Some of them turned around and fled. After the first person fled, there was a second and a third. Very soon, the Divine Dragon Country's army was defeated by a single person. In the eyes of the people of Wu Village, this was simply a miracle. That was an army of tens of thousands. In an army, no matter how strong a martial artist was, he could fight against 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. However, what if it was an army of 100,000, 200,000, or even 1,000,000? Even an unparalleled martial artist of the Saint Plain couldn't deal with an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. That was 1,000,000 soldiers. Even if they were lined up for others to kill, they would still be exhausted to death. The Dongwu dynasty ruled over hundreds of millions of miles of territory and had millions of soldiers. With millions of soldiers, the Dongwu dynasty could dominate the entire eastern region. However, Gu Fei's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. With just a punch, he killed the soldiers that came forward. Even the Divine Dragon Country's army wouldn't be a match for him. Everyone has a chance to escape from here, but you won't have the chance. The Xiaoyao king wanted to escape, but a demon-like figure blocked in front of him. Go to hell. The Xiaoyao king was scared out of his wits. He immediately punched at Gu Fei. The power of heaven and earth was triggered instantly and turned into a destructive force that obliterated Gu Fei. This was the terror of a half-step to the true realm martial artist. He could manipulate the power of heaven and earth for his own use. Every move he made could shake the heavens and earth. Gu Fei's face was still cold, as if there was nothing in this world that could move him. Even if the entire world pressed down on him, he was not afraid. This was because he had the power to break the heavens and earth. As long as he was strong enough, he could ignore everything. He did not make a move at all, nor did he dodge. He allowed the Xiaoyao king's fist to hit his head. Bam! Gotcha! The sounds of impact and bones shattering rang out at the same time. The Free King screamed in agony as he retreated explosively. He felt as if his punch had landed on a piece of godly metal. Not only had he failed to injure Gu Fei, he had even broken his own arm. However, it was already too late. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and grabbed one of the Xiaoyao king's legs. Then, he smashed the Xiaoyao king to the ground and stepped on his head. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. That was the Xiaoyao king, a half-step to the true realm martial artist. Yet, he was being stepped on. This was unbelievable to everyone. You can't kill me. I'm a king that was personally conferred by the Dongwu dynasty's emperor. The Xiaoyao king said in horror. So what? Gu Fei's expression remained indifferent. Don't kill me, I beg you. The Xiaoyao king, who was originally high and mighty, was begging Gu Fei in a humble tone. What if I don't agree? Gu Fei asked faintly. Don't. I'm willing to be your slave. I'll do whatever you want me to do. In order to survive, the Xiaoyao king had thrown all his dignity to the dogs. Many people felt that it was despicable. However, this was the cruel reality. There were only two choices: die with dignity or live in humiliation. Obviously, the Xiaoyao king was the latter. Unfortunately, you still have to die. I don't want to give you the chance to betray me, Gu Fei said as he exerted force with his right foot. Gotcha. Chapter 3996. Gu Fei single-handedly defeated a country and killed King Xiaoyao with a stomp. The entire Divine Dragon country was shocked and even attracted the attention of the Eastern martial royal family's experts. This guy, the Lu clan, who originally wanted to see Gu Fei's misfortune, was speechless. Clanmaster Lu Chengfeng even brought his second brother Lu Chengyun to Gu Fei's side and kneeled on the ground. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you, Lord. Please spare my life. Lu Chengfeng was lying in the blood, his whole body trembling. Gu Fei stood in the middle of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. His black clothes fluttered and his eyes were deep. There was not a trace of blood on his body. Even though he defeated an army of 10,000, his body was not stained by blood. Please spare my life, Lord. Lu Chengyun, who had always been unruly, was also trembling in fear and kowtowing repeatedly. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He did not see Lu Chengfeng and Lu Chengyun, who were kneeling at his feet. Lu Chengfeng and Lu Chengyun were even more terrified. Gu Fei was a ruthless person who defeated 10,000 and killed so many people that blood flowed like a river. Their lives and the rise and fall of the entire clan were in the hands of this person before them. Everyone in the Wu village was dumbfounded, especially second great-uncle and the rest of the Wu village's higher-ups. At this moment, there were less than 1,000 survivors in the entire Wu village. Second great-uncle and the rest were not killed by the Divine Dragon country's generals. However, the practitioners that the Wu village had nurtured for the past few decades were almost all killed. Second great-uncle and the rest wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, Wu Ji and his little friend Wu Yu walked over. Big brother, thank you for saving Wu Yu. Wu Ji bowed to Gu Fei very seriously. The wine you brought is not bad, Gu Fei said indifferently. Wu Yu, who was standing beside Wu Ji, lowered her head and did not dare to look at Gu Fei. It should be known that this was a ruthless person who defeated an entire country by himself, and killed so many people that blood flowed like a river. Even an expert like King Xiaoyao was trampled to death by him. At this moment, those who had looked down on, ridiculed, and disdained Gu Fei all shut their mouths. This was especially true for the second great-uncle, whose intestines were green with regret. If they could hug onto Gu Fei's thigh in time, the Wu village wouldn't just be able to dominate the 3,000 miles of Divine Dragon Mountain range. They could even replace the Divine Dragon Nation, expand their territory, and become a hegemon. Now that things had come to this, Gu Fei would definitely not help them fight for hegemony. In Gu Fei's life, he clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Even if the first demon primogenitor sacrificed his life to send him into the cycle of reincarnation and seal his memories, the things in his bones would never change. Without Gu Fei's support, not to mention conquering a region and achieving hegemony, even their position as the leader of the villages would be in jeopardy. Get lost. Gu Fei did not even look at the two guys lying on the ground. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and walked toward the mountain behind Wu village. Yes, we will leave immediately. Lu Chengfeng and Lu Chengyun really did roll on the ground. Wu Ji looked at Gu Fei's back with a complicated expression, but he did not follow. At this moment, Medicine Master Wu and a few martial artists from the Wu village walked over. I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Medicine Master Wu also did not expect Gu Fei to fight against a nation alone and defeat the Divine Dragon Nation's army. This god that descended from the heavens was too powerful. The news of Gu Fei defeating the Divine Dragon Nation's army alone spread, and the entire region was in an uproar. In the palace of the Divine Dragon Nation's capital, the king of the Divine Dragon Nation, Zhou Xian, smashed the table in front of him. My lord, should we look for those people? Beside the king of the Divine Dragon Nation, a mysterious person completely hidden in a black robe suddenly spoke. His voice was ethereal, like a demonic voice that came from hell. Look for them? Humph. The king of the Divine Dragon Nation, Zhou Xian, was very displeased. My lord, you mean? The black-robed person suddenly raised his head, and two deep blue eyes shone out. I'll go meet that guy. Zhou Xian abruptly stood up from his throne, and a heart-palpitating, domineering aura immediately erupted from his body. Even the black-robed person standing beside him was frightened. My lord's extreme dragon mystic technique seems to be even stronger. Could it be that my lord's cultivation has already broken through to the greater mastery of the true state? The black-robed person thought to himself. In the Taiyuan realm, true state experts had the power to move mountains and drain seas. True state experts could fight against a nation alone. Even if they were to face thousands of soldiers, they could still defeat them with their own strength. Even in the eastern region of the Taiyuan realm, true state experts were overlords of a region. They were either the rulers of a nation, the sect ancestors of a large sect, or the clan masters of a large clan. At this moment, the king of the Divine Dragon Nation, Zhou Xian, disappeared from the main hall. I hope that little guy doesn't lose so quickly. I don't want to miss such a good show. The black-robed person laughed sinisterly. With a sway of his body, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and directly rushed out of the main hall. Just as the entire Divine Dragon Nation was in shock, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on the back mountain of the Wu village. He was neither sad nor happy. His mood was extremely calm, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. If he couldn't remember who he was, then he wouldn't think about it. If he forgot everything, then forget everything. It was no big deal. Although he couldn't remember who he was, he didn't fear any living creature in this world. This seemed to be his innate pride. In this world, no one could hurt him. Although his cultivation was gone, Gu Fei's physical body was extremely strong. When his qi and blood circulated, the sound of wind and thunder came from his body. At this time, no one dared to cause trouble for Gu Fei. Without Gu Fei's summon, even the people of the Wu village didn't dare to go near the back mountain. The people of the Wu village were cleaning up the battlefield. Gu Fei had killed too many people in this battle. He even killed 1,000 people with a single punch. His ferocity was monstrous. There was also a benefit to cleaning up the battlefield, which was that one could obtain some benefits from these corpses. The warriors of the Taiyuan realm used spirit crystals and elixirs to cultivate, But ordinary cultivation forces didn't even know what spirit crystals were. This time, among those who died under Gu Fei's fists, there were grandmasters, innate stage warriors, and even the unfettered king was directly trampled to death by Gu Fei. For the Wu village, cleaning up the battlefield could give them many good things. Outside the Wu village, many warriors were extremely envious, but no one dared to act rashly. At this time, even the warriors outside the Divine Dragon Nation knew that an amazing warrior had appeared in the Divine Dragon Nation. One person could fight against an entire nation. It's time to leave. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky. He saw the bright moon hanging high in the sky, and there was still a faint smell of blood in the void. However, just as he stood up, a figure silently appeared at the back of the mountain. Chapter 39-97. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the Wu village, the Divine Dragon Ruler arrived. The Divine Dragon Ruler was the strongest existence in the Divine Dragon Nation. He was the overlord of a region. Even Gu Fei was surprised that he personally came to a small place like the Wu village. "You shouldn't have come." Gu Fei looked at the Divine Dragon Ruler calmly and said, "But I came." The Divine Dragon Ruler also looked at Gu Fei with an indifferent expression. Gu Fei's youth shocked the Divine Dragon Ruler. Was this an existence that could single-handedly defeat an entire nation? This was simply a youth. At such a young age, he had already cultivated to the true state. Although the Divine Dragon Ruler was bewildered, he still appeared extremely calm on the surface. Die, or surrender. Gu Fei did not waste his breath on the Divine Dragon Ruler. Haha. When the Divine Dragon Ruler heard this, he immediately burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Gu Fei was always expressionless. No one could shake his state of mind. "I'm laughing at your arrogance. Of course, you should be proud to be able to single-handedly defeat an entire nation at such a young age. But in front of me, you are still too inexperienced." The Divine Dragon Ruler stopped smiling and stared at Gu Fei as he spoke coldly. "Is that so?" Gu Fei said non-committally. "Tell me where you came from, and I might spare your life." The Divine Dragon Ruler stared at Gu Fei, and his eyes narrowed. Such a young true state cultivator definitely had a great background. Even the Dongwu dynasty's overlord did not have such a heaven-defying cultivation when he was young. The Divine Dragon Ruler had some misgivings. If this kid was a little monster bred by some Sage Realm old monster, he would be in deep trouble if he killed him. Even if Gu Fei killed his crown prince, he did not take Gu Fei's life immediately. Compared to Xiao Qin's life and the entire Dongwu dynasty's royal clan, the crown prince's life was insignificant. Even the Dongwu dynasty, a super empire that ruled over billions of miles of territory, was not willing to offend a Sage Realm old monster. After all, a powerhouse of this level was too terrifying. "My origins?" Gu Fei shook his head and said nothing. "I've given you a chance. Since that's the case, you can die now." The Divine Dragon Ruler's expression turned cold. In the next instant, he stretched out his right hand and stretched out his fingers, directly grabbing at Gu Fei. His palm moved rapidly in the air, creating a sonic boom. The shadow of a dragon appeared on the Divine Dragon Ruler's body. The Taiyuan realm was a world where martial arts were respected. Compared with the human realm, the martial arts here had developed to the point where one could break the void with martial arts. The cultivation technique that the Divine Dragon Divine King cultivated was the ultimate technique of the Dongwu dynasty. It was called the Extreme Dragon Mystic Technique, and it was the top cultivation technique in the Taiyuan realm. Once the dragon claw appeared, even a true dragon or a divine phoenix would be grabbed and torn to pieces. However, Gu Fei was not someone that a true dragon or a divine phoenix could compare to. He merely pointed a finger at the Divine Dragon Ruler's palm. In the next instant, the Divine Dragon Ruler's originally cold and arrogant expression immediately became uglier than crying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his entire arm. The bones of his entire hand had exploded, and some of the bones had even pierced through the skin and flesh in some places. The Divine Dragon Ruler roared angrily and immediately retreated. However, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow and punched his chest. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Divine Dragon Ruler's entire chest caved in, and a fist mark protruded from his back. Gu Fei's punch directly dispersed the extreme dragon mystic chi on the divine dragon ruler's body. The divine dragon ruler fell from the mountain and landed heavily on the ground. How is this possible? The divine dragon ruler could not believe that he would be defeated so quickly and so miserably. He was a true realm great mastery martial artist. However, the cultivation and powerful physique that the divine dragon ruler was so proud of did not give him any advantage when fighting against Gu Fei. In front of Gu Fei, the divine dragon ruler felt like he was as weak as an ant. Bam! A figure descended from the sky and landed beside the divine dragon ruler. I gave you a chance, but you missed it. Gu Fei calmly looked at the divine dragon ruler, who was lying on the ground, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Don't! You can't kill me. The divine dragon ruler panicked. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and his chest was stained with blood. The aura of a ruler had already disappeared. After suffering such heavy injuries, a normal martial artist would have died long ago. However, even the divine dragon ruler's internal organs had been shattered by Gu Fei's punch. Even his spine had been shattered into dozens of pieces, and he had completely lost his ability to fight. The vitality of a true realm martial artist was very strong. The divine dragon ruler did not die immediately. If an expert treated him, not only could he live, he could even recover his cultivation. The problem was that Gu Fei would not give him this chance. I have a divine sword. I can use it to exchange for my life, the divine dragon ruler said hurriedly. Divine sword? Gu Fei shook his head. What? The divine dragon ruler was really stunned. Who was this guy? He was actually unmoved by a divine weapon? That was a divine weapon. In the entire eastern region, there were only a few divine weapons. A divine weapon could be said to be the strongest weapon in the entire Taiyuan realm. It was a supreme weapon that countless martial artists dreamed of owning. Then I will abdicate and let you be the ruler of the divine dragon country. The divine dragon ruler was anxious. His life and death were in the hands of this person. The ruler of a country? Gu Fei was a little tempted. Would it be fun to be the ruler of a country? How about it? Seeing that Gu Fei was tempted, the divine dragon ruler's eyes lit up. If I want to be the ruler of a country, why do I need you to abdicate? Gu Fei's eyes turned cold, and he stomped his foot down. With a cottage sound, he crushed the divine dragon country. This, Medicine Master Wu and the rest, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion, saw this scene. They were dumbfounded, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The high and mighty divine dragon ruler, who held the life and death of a country in his hands, was actually trampled to death by Gu Fei. This made Medicine Master Wu and the rest feel like they were in a dream. This was too unreal. At this moment, a black shadow silently disappeared into the forest, quietly retreating. The ruler is actually dead. Only after retreating dozens of miles did the black shadow stop. He sat under a tree and panted heavily. This mysterious person was the divine dragon ruler's mysterious advisor. He originally wanted to see how the divine dragon ruler would kill Gu Fei, but he saw a scene that shocked him. The divine dragon ruler was actually trampled to death by Gu Fei. This was the ruler of a country. He died just like that in a small place like Wu Village. If the news spread, it would definitely shock the entire region. Why aren't you running anymore? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. The mysterious person was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. What? Chapter 3998. When the mysterious black-robed man saw that even the divine dragon kingdom ruler was stomped to death by Gu Fei, he was scared out of his wits. He immediately turned around and fled, not daring to stay any longer. However, just as he fled dozens of miles away and stopped to rest, a voice sounded from the side, scaring him so much that he almost jumped up from the ground. When he saw the appearance of that person, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. It's you. The mysterious black-robed man's voice trembled, and he couldn't even speak fluently. I want to be the king of the divine dragon kingdom. What can you do? Gu Fei looked at the black-robed man indifferently. The black-robed man wasn't that surprised. because he had heard the conversation between Gu Fei and the Divine Dragon Kingdom ruler. Useless trash. What's the use of keeping you? Gu Fei said indifferently. Master, spare me. I have a way to make you the king of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. The black-robed man quickly said. His life was in the hands of the other party, and he definitely didn't dare to say that he didn't have a way. He directly regarded himself as Gu Fei's servant. Tell me about it. Gu Fei said. This. As long as you are conferred the title by the Dongwu dynasty, Master can be the king of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, the black-robed man said with sweat dripping down his forehead. Nonsense. Gu Fei's tone immediately turned cold. Of course, with Master's cultivation, there is no need for the Dongwu dynasty to confer the title. You can just call yourself the king, the black-robed man said in horror. Call myself the king? That sounds good. Gu Fei said faintly. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could move him. The current him was free and did whatever he wanted to do, following his heart. I am willing to take down the Divine Dragon Kingdom for Master. The black-robed man quickly expressed his loyalty. You. Gu Fei was a little suspicious. This guy was only at the peak of the inborn realm. How could he have the means to take down a vassal state? If he was a true state martial artist, Gu Fei might believe it. Master, if I can't do it, I will bring my head to you. The black-robed man patted his chest and guaranteed. Very good. Gu Fei nodded. Then Xiaonu will take her leave first. The black-robed man said carefully. As long as he could get rid of this guy, he would be able to leap freely in the sea and fly freely in the sky. However, just as he was feeling proud of himself, Gu Fei appeared beside him and gently patted his shoulder. The black-robed man felt a cold chi enter his body and hide in his dantian. The black-robed man's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. You only have 10 days. Gu Fei glanced at the black-robed man and said, Yes, Master. The black-robed man could only lower his head. That cold chi was definitely not something good. Once it flared up, it would definitely take his life. You should know how to find me. Scram. Gu Fei casually waved his hand. The black-robed man immediately felt as if he had been pardoned, and immediately disappeared into the depths of the forest. After watching such a show, you still can't bear to come out? Just as the black-robed man left, Gu Fei suddenly looked at the other side of the forest and said indifferently, Haha, Taoist friend is indeed capable. A bell-like voice echoed in the forest. Then, a black-robed masked woman slowly walked out from the shadows of the forest. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Gu Fei looked at this woman and still had an indifferent expression. This woman was Xian. With your cultivation, you naturally won't lower yourself to the level of a little girl like me, right? Xian said with a smile. If you are too smart, you won't live long. Gu Fei retracted his gaze. With you protecting me, who in this world can hurt me? Xian leisurely walked over with a hint of seduction. However, Xian wanted to seduce Gu Fei, but she completely miscalculated. Gu Fei wasn't tempted at all. Her seduction technique was ineffective. Gu Fei didn't say anything and directly walked out. He took a step and traveled hundreds of meters. No matter if there were trees or rocks blocking his way, he directly rushed past them. The trees broke and the rocks shattered. Gu Fei was like a barbaric dragon. Everywhere he passed, nothing could stop him. He directly pushed forward. Xian saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. She was stunned for a moment before she chased after him. When the sun rose, Gu Fei arrived at the capital of the Divine Dragon Country. He didn't bring any money with him, so he couldn't even stay in an inn. However, there was a follower following behind him. Thus, there was someone who directly took care of his basic necessities. Xian was the Devil Sect Saintess. The Devil Sect had a base in the capital of the Divine Dragon Country. Of course, the people of the Devil Sect couldn't appear openly. Although the Devil Sect was strong, it wasn't as strong as the countless Orthodox sects in the eastern region. How could a single sect fight against the entire world's Orthodox sects? The Devil Sect's base in the Divine Dragon Country was an inconspicuous shop. The things sold in this shop were very ordinary. Ordinary weapons, ordinary healing pills, and so on. Although the shop looked ordinary on the surface, there was a world hidden behind it. Emocien brought Gu Fei to the Devil Sect's base. After entering the shop, they passed through a secret door and arrived at an inner hall. At this moment, the news of the Divine Dragon Country's king dying in the martial village had already spread to the capital. The entire capital was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't believe it. The king actually died in battle? How was this possible? The king was a true realm martial artist. In the Divine Dragon Country, who could be his opponent? There was quite a commotion in the capital. One must know that the Divine Dragon Country's crown prince had died in the martial village previously, and he was the only son of the Divine Dragon Country's king. The crown prince was dead, and now even the king was dead. The entire upper echelons of the Divine Dragon Country were in chaos. Some of the high-ranking generals and ministers immediately started to fight for power, wanting to become the ministers that controlled the entire Divine Dragon Country. Under the influence of some people with ulterior motives, the Divine Dragon Country's capital was soon in chaos. Some generals directly led their troops and killed their way into the palace. However, there were experts in the palace who made a move. Then, those generals and soldiers who attacked the palace were unlucky. They were all killed by those martial experts, and not a single one was left alive. However, the Divine Dragon Nation's generals managed to invite a divine king of war who had already gone into seclusion. This was a true realm martial artist. In the Divine Dragon Country, a true realm martial artist was an invincible existence. The Divine War King made a move and directly killed his way into the palace. He killed all the mysterious experts that occupied the palace and then appointed a cousin of the Divine Dragon Country's king as the Divine Dragon Country's king. The so-called king was just a puppet of the Divine War King. In a short 3 days, the entire capital was bathed in blood. Countless people died. Some big clans were annihilated, and some factions were uprooted by the Divine War King. The Divine War King killed so many people in the capital that heads rolled. Chapter 3999. The Black-Robed Man was the mysterious strategist of the God Dragon Country. He did have some tricks up his sleeve and almost succeeded in taking down the God Dragon Country. However, he didn't expect that the Divine War King, who was rumored to have fallen, was still alive and was even invited out of the mountain. With the help of the Divine War King, the Black-Robed Man's tricks were useless no matter how powerful he was. The Black-Robed Man had already taken over the royal palace and repelled the generals. However, with the Divine War King's help, all his arrangements were instantly destroyed. Sigh. The Black-Robed Man had no choice but to run out of the royal palace and back to the demon sect's base in Monarch City. You still dare to come and see me? Gu Fei calmly glanced at the trembling black-robed man lying on the ground. Master, Xiaonu didn't dare to come see Master, but Master, Xiaonu almost succeeded. If Master could deal with that divine king of war, the black-robed man explained hurriedly. A failure is a failure. You can die now. Gu Fei waved his right hand and was about to kill the black-robed man. Wait, Emocien suddenly said. Gu Fei looked at Emocien. Emofeng is not bad. The Inuit demon sect is also a demon sect. It's a waste to kill him like this. Emocien looked at the black-robed man. The black-robed man was called Emofeng, an elder of the Inuit demon sect. The Inuit demon sect was also very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have almost taken down the God Dragon Country in 3 days. A sect could rival a country. The Inuit demon sect was much stronger than a normal vassal state. You can escape death, but not punishment. You still have 7 more days. Scram. Gu Fei said impatiently. Yes, master. Emofeng quickly retreated. I'll wait for another 7 days. Gu Fei said indifferently. If he was going to do it himself, why would he need these people? Why don't I help you take down the God Dragon Country? Emocien suddenly smiled. This time, she wasn't wearing a mask. Her peerless beauty was enough to charm everyone in the world. However, she was depressed. Even if she could charm everyone in the world, she couldn't charm Gu Fei. You? Forget it. Gu Fei didn't want to owe Emocien a favor because it would be very difficult to repay Emocien. Emocien smiled and didn't say anything. Although she had only stayed with Gu Fei for a few days, what kind of person was Emocien? She was exquisite, and she had already grasped Gu Fei's temperament. Gu Fei was very strong-willed. He would do whatever he wanted and would not listen to the suggestions of others. The reason why Gu Fei didn't kill Mo Feng today wasn't because he was giving Mo Xian her face. It was because he didn't have the intention to kill Mo Feng at all. Otherwise, if Gu Fei really wanted to kill Mo Feng, no one would be able to stop him. Looks like I'll have to make a trip back. Demonic Wind walked out of the demonic sect's encampment. He looked at the sky and frowned. God of War was a true realm expert. If his master didn't want to help, then he would have to think of another way. However, killing the Divine King of War wasn't going to be an easy task. Only the sect leader of the Moon Devil sect would be able to deal with God of War. Because the sect leader of the Moon Devil sect was also a true realm expert. The main altar of the Moon Devil sect was quite far from Monarch City of the Divine Dragon Country. A round trip would take at least 4 days. Demonic Wind didn't hesitate and rushed out of Monarch City, disappearing from sight. When God of War received the news and rushed over, Demonic Wind was long gone. The Moon Devil sect has stretched their hands too far. God of War stood on the city gate tower and looked out of the city. This old man's gaze was incomparably deep. Father, the memorial has been sent up. The decree to confer you as the monarch of the Divine Dragon Country should be coming soon. A middle-aged general came behind God of War. The Crown Prince and the monarch are dead, and then those people from the Moon Devil sect jumped out. This matter isn't simple. Divine King of War sighed. He was originally in seclusion and wanted to break through to a higher realm. However, he had no choice but to come out early. It seemed like he had no hope of reaching the Sage Realm for the rest of his life. There must be people from the demonic sects in the city. Investigate thoroughly. Even if we have to flip the entire Monarch City upside down, we must kill every single one of them. God of War's killing intent surged. Yes, Father. The middle-aged general hurriedly accepted the order and left. Then, the entire Monarch City was plunged into a bloodbath once more. Countless people suspected of being from the demonic sects were executed immediately. Anyone who was related to the demonic sects was executed as well. Once again, God of War sent heads rolling. On the evening of the 6th-day boom, the demonic sect's encampment suddenly exploded. The entire shop was smashed by a giant hand that descended from the sky. Dust flew everywhere, and the nearby shops were also affected. At the same time, a ball of divine light emerged from the back of the shop and enveloped the entire back hall. Remnants of the demonic sects, come out and face your death. A furious roar resounded. Then, 3 black figures descended from the sky and landed on the surrounding pavilions, staring coldly at the back hall. They were 3 generals in black and gold armor. The one in the lead was the son of God of War, Junior God of War. Even though he was a kid, he was a middle-aged man. Just then, a graceful figure walked out from the back hall. Your Highness, Junior God of War, what brings you here? Mo Xian raised her head and looked at Junior God of War with a faint smile. It's you, Demoness? Junior God of War said in shock. Demoness of the demonic sects, come out and face your death. Another general roared angrily. Just then, in the back hall, Gu Fei was sitting lazily, enjoying the delicacies that Mo Xian prepared for him. Mo Xian's culinary skills were pretty good. Haha, you guys want to kill me? I'm afraid you guys don't have what it takes. Mo Xian laughed. Mo Xian, you are too arrogant. Even if I fight you with only one hand, I can still defeat you. Junior God of War stared at Mo Xian coldly. You want to fight me? Then you are going to be disappointed. Mo Xian was still laughing. Her voice was filled with a captivating charm. Haha, do you think you can escape? Hearing this, Junior God of War laughed out loud. The 2 generals beside him also laughed recklessly. Who said I want to escape? Mo Xian laughed. At least you know what's good for you. Come out and surrender. Junior God of War said coldly. Haha, Mo Xian laughed. She laughed so hard that tears came out. It was as if she heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Junior God of War's expression darkened. Nothing. If I were you, I would leave this place quickly. If not, you will have to bear the consequences. Mo Xian said as she turned around and looked towards the inner hall. At this moment, Gu Fei was already done eating. Oomph. I didn't think that the demon sex saintess would have a male pet. Junior Battle God King frowned when he saw Gu Fei in the inner hall. What did you say? When Xian heard this, she was extremely shocked. You are the one who should escape. At this moment, Gu Fei spoke. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 4000. On the 6th day after Gu Fei arrived at the Divine Dragon Kingdom's capital, the warlords of the capital finally arrived. Meanwhile, Mo Feng, who'd gone to the Dark Moon Devil sect to seek help, still hadn't returned. The invaders were the 3 great generals, and each of them had a Xiantian realm cultivation base. The one in the lead was the son of the Divine Dragon Nation's God of War, the Junior God of War. Mini God of War destroyed the front hall of the shop the moment he arrived. Only the back hall was protected by a formation, so it didn't suffer from the destructive impact. At this moment, Xian and Mini God of War were facing each other. Xian, aren't you going to surrender? What are you waiting for? Little War God King shouted at Xian. You're done. Xian looked at Little God of War with a smile that wasn't a smile. Haha, guys, look. Isn't Xian crazy? She actually said that I'm finished. Little God of War laughed out. The 2 generals beside him also laughed wantonly. These 2 great generals were martial arts experts who had once followed the old Divine King of War to conquer the world. Both of them were Xiantian realm martial artists, and any one of them was qualified to establish their own sects and clans. The Little God of War was even stronger than the Little God of War. He had already reached the peak of the post-celestial realm and was only half a step away from breaking through to the half-step post-celestial realm. In the Divine Dragon Nation, the Junior God of War was almost invincible. Even if Xian's cultivation talent was heaven-defying, she was still young. No matter how high her cultivation was, it was impossible for her to be higher than the Little God of War. Moreover, Junior God of War had 3 inborn experts with him. Other inborn experts in Royal City were rushing over. At this moment, there were already inborn experts in the vicinity. Junior God of War's smile widened. At this time, even if you want to leave, it's too late. Xian looked pitifully at the Little God of War and sighed. Are you really crazy, or just pretending to be stupid? Junior God of War's expression turned cold immediately. Xian didn't bother with Little God of War anymore. Instead, she turned around and looked towards the inner hall. At this moment, Gu Fei had already stood up and walked out. I told you to scram, but you don't want to. In that case, you can all stay here. Gu Fei glanced at Little God of War and said indifferently, You brat, you have no cultivation at all, yet you dare to be so impudent in front of us. You deserve to die. A warrior beside Junior God of War said as he pointed at Gu Fei. Swoosh! An incomparably sharp ray of light rushed out from his finger, like a peerless divine spear piercing through the void, directly piercing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't dodge. He just waved his hand casually and smashed the ray of light that pierced through him. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This guy clearly doesn't have any cultivation, so how can he block the attack of a Xiantian realm warrior so easily? All of this was beyond Little God of War and the others' knowledge. Humph. That Xiantian warrior sneered and took a step forward. In an instant, he traversed more than 100 feet and punched at Gu Fei. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The punch was like the wind and thunder. This punch of the Xiantian realm warrior shook the void and created a violent wind around Gu Fei. Even Xian had to retreat. Despite that, Gu Fei simply stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the incoming fist that seemed like a collapsing mountain. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, Gu Fei's palm actually caught the Xiantian realm warrior's fist. In the next moment, all the energy waves disappeared. That Xiantian realm warrior was extremely shocked, and he wanted to retreat. However, he felt that his opponent's fingers were like immortal metal. He actually couldn't retract his fist. Roar! The Xiantian realm warrior roared in anger. His Xiantian true origin force surged, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet radius crazily gathered towards him. In the next moment, the energy of heaven and earth was added to his body, increasing his strength by multiple folds. This was the terror of an Xiantian realm warrior. With the energy of heaven and earth, one's battle prowess multiplied. However, even so, the Xiantian realm warrior still couldn't break free from his fist. Gu Fei's hand was still firmly holding onto his fist. Kill! Little god of war roared and attacked. At the same time, the other Xiantian realm warrior also attacked. At this moment, Gu Fei's hand that was grabbing onto the Xiantian realm warrior's fist shook slightly. In the next moment, the Xiantian realm warrior didn't even have time to scream before he was turned into a bloody mist. Violent energy waves spread out, causing little god of war and that Xiantian realm warrior to spit out blood and retreat. What? Little god of war was shocked to the extreme. He didn't expect this ordinary person to be so powerful that he could kill an Xiantian realm warrior with just a raise of his hand. That was an Xiantian realm warrior. Even in the monarch city of the divine dragon country, they were existences that could shake the entire monarch city with a stomp. Killing an Xiantian realm warrior with just a raise of his hand. Who is this person? Little god of war smashed through a pavilion and stopped in the air. Fresh blood had already dyed his shirt red. The other Xiantian realm warrior was in an even worse state. He fell to the ground with cracks all over his body. He was like an exquisite porcelain that had been smashed and could shatter at any time. Who are you? Little god of war stared at Gu Fei and shouted, "You don't have the right to know who I am." Gu Fei said indifferently, "What did you say?" Little god of war was shocked and furious. In the divine dragon country, other than his father, even the current king of the divine dragon country had to bow to him. With his status in the divine dragon country, he actually didn't have the right to know who this yellow-haired brat was? Haha, little god of war, I already said that you're finished. At this moment, Emo Xian was overjoyed to see little god of war being humiliated. You, little god of war was infuriated and almost vomited blood. What's going on? Where did this brat come from? Killing an innate realm warrior with a raise of his hand. This is too heaven-defying. Many martial artists were watching from afar, especially those Xiantian realm warriors. They were even more shocked. The scene of Gu Fei turning the Xiantian realm warrior into a blood mist was too shocking. In the end, I still have to do it myself. Sigh. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. At this moment, a group of powerful figures rushed over from afar. Every single one of them emitted an extremely powerful aura that affected the energy of heaven and earth. Haha, little brat, you're dead for sure. Little god of war was overjoyed to see those people rushing over. The one leading the group was a tall and sturdy old man. The aura of this old man seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. Every move he made carried the might of heaven and earth. You're the one who's dead for sure. Gu Fei's face was as calm as ever. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of little god of war. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at little god of war. Boom! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's punch sent little god of war flying hundreds of meters away. Everywhere he passed, he smashed through many houses and finally landed in a pile of ruins. Little god of war stood up shakily. When he lowered his head, he saw his chest caved in. It was a fist print that had sunk deep into his body. Gu Fei landed on the ground and was surprised to see that little god of war was still alive. However, he soon understood. Little god of war was actually wearing a treasured armor. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into smithereens by Gu Fei's punch. If you don't die from this punch, I'll spare your life. After saying that, Gu Fei stamped his right foot on the ground. His figure became like a phantom as he charged towards Junior God of War. An incomparably shocking sound of wind and thunder rang out in the void. It was the sound of air being torn apart. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Everywhere Gu Fei passed, nothing could stop him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of little God of War, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Stay your hand. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. The voice was filled with authority. Like a thunderclap, it echoed across a radius of more than 10 miles. However, Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to him and threw out a punch. Roar! Little God of War used all his might to circulate his Xian Qi. The treasured armor on his body emitted a dazzling light. A giant bell appeared and enveloped him. However, Gu Fei's fist easily penetrated the giant bell and landed on Little God of War's body. In the next moment, the treasured armor on Little God of War was shattered by Gu Fei's fist. Little God of War was also blasted into pieces. One punch to kill a peak innate expert. Little God of War was dead. How dare you kill my son? I'm going to tear you into pieces. The old man roared and charged at Gu Fei. The entire sky darkened, and the weather changed. The sun and moon lost their light. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Old God of War is here. When a true realm martial artist gets angry, the weather really changes. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. In the next moment, a horrifying aura burst forth from the old man's body. The entire divine dragon kingdom's capital shook, and countless people were horrified. Do you have what it takes? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Old God of War calmly. At this moment, even the innate realm martial artists couldn't withstand the aura of a true realm martial artist that exploded from Old God of War. They had no choice but to retreat. Only Gu Fei, who looked like an ordinary person without any cultivation, remained calm. Good. I've roamed the world for 300 years, and I've never seen such an arrogant brat. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. I'll torture you slowly and make you wish you were dead. Old God of War glared at Gu Fei and said while gritting his teeth, Is that so? Bring it on. Let me see what you've got. Chapter 4001. The fact that Gu Fei had killed the Divine King of War with a single punch infuriated the Divine King of War. The Divine King of War was a true realm martialist. He was extremely powerful and his aura was monstrous. Countless martialists in the Divine Dragon Kingdom were trembling in fear. Come here, you little punk. God of War bellowed. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. The center of his palm seemed to have turned into a black hole, devouring everything around it in a frenzy. The sand and rocks around Gu Fei were blown away. Everything flew towards the Divine King of War's right hand. However, Gu Fei stood his ground without moving. No matter how strong the devouring power from the Divine King of War's palm was, he was like an ancient sacred mountain that could not be shaken. Rumble. The houses around Gu Fei all flew up and crumbled in the void. After that, they flew towards the right hand of the old God of War King, and everything was destroyed. Everyone watched this scene in shock. A true realm martialist could move mountains and seas. He had great power and magic. Moreover, the Divine King of War was a true realm martialist of the older generation. He was much stronger than the average true realm martialist. Even so, he could not shake Gu Fei. What? At this time, even the Divine King of War was shocked. Where did this guy come from? He did not seem to have any cultivation, but he was so powerful. The Divine King of War did not expect that the person he wanted to deal with had fallen into samsara from the primogenitor realm and come to the great origin realm. He also did not expect that Gu Fei was a supreme being in the eternal realm. An existence like that could kill him countless times with a single thought. Now, Gu Fei had been forced into samsara by the primogenitor first demon at the cost of his life. His memories were sealed, but even his cultivation had been reduced. However, he was still Gu Fei. The once invincible Gu Fei, the Gu Fei who single-handedly suppressed thousands of races in the primogenitor realm. Even if he fell into the cycle of reincarnation, he was not someone the martial arts practitioners of a small world like the Taiyuan realm could bully. The Taiyuan realm was not even comparable to the human world. Among all the realms in the universe, the Grand Origin realm was only a lower middle realm. The martial arts practitioners in the Taiyuan realm could only reach the Wushu Void realm. It was like the upper world, where they could reach the immortal realm, the divine realm, and even the saint realm. How could the old Divine King of War possibly imagine Gu Fei's strength? Bam! Gu Fei stomped on the ground with his right foot. His entire body turned into a blur as he dashed towards the God of War like a black arrow. His speed, coupled with God of War's devouring power, was so fast that even God of War couldn't dodge it. He could only move half a step to the side. Bam! As soon as Gu Fei charged past him, the old god of war was sent flying. The left half of his body turned into a bloody mist as he smashed into a nearby house. Seeing this scene, even the demon clan Saintis, Emociener, was stunned. That was the divine dragon nation's god of war. He was undefeated in hundreds of battles. He was a peerless expert who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, such a god of war was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei. How was this possible? The innate realm warriors that God of War brought with him were also stunned. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This scene was too unreal for them. Roar! God of War rushed out of the house that he had smashed. His left shoulder and arm were gone. His body was tattered and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely pathetic. However, even though he was severely injured, there was no blood seeping out of his wound. All the blood was firmly sealed in his body. Not a single drop would leak out. This was the terror of a true realm martial artist. The flesh and blood around God of War's wound were wriggling and growing rapidly. Rebirth of blood and flesh. This, Emociener was shocked to the extreme. This was the rebirth of blood and flesh that only a martial artist at the peak of the true realm could achieve. Their physical body was unimaginably strong. Little brat, God of War was enraged. Although he had been through hundreds of battles, he had never been in such a pathetic state like today. At this time, Gu Fei stood on a broken wall with his hands behind his back. He looked at God of War indifferently. However, the martial artists who were watching the battle didn't have it so easy. Not everyone could withstand the pressure of a true realm martial artist. Even a Xiantian realm martial artist would find it hard to breathe under the overwhelming pressure emanating from the elderly God of War. Martial artists below the Xiantian realm had already retreated a few miles away. Only Xiantian realm martial artists could watch the battle from nearby. Very quickly, the left half of God of War's body was repaired. A new left arm grew out as if it was never injured. Nine Heavens Dragon Roar. The elderly God of War roared and threw a punch at Gu Fei. In the next moment, 9 dragon shadows rushed out of his fist and pounced at Gu Fei with bared fangs and brandished claws. The fist force transformed into a dragon, and there were even 9 dragon shadows. Each dragon shadow was at least 100 feet long, and the entire sky and void were trembling. Interesting. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod in approval. He was once an eternal sovereign. Although he couldn't remember anything, he could still see through the profundity of this punch with a single glance. Then I'll play with you. Gu Fei clenched his right hand. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately gathered at his fist. In the next moment, he punched out. Roar! A deafening dragon roar reverberated through the air. Then, 9 dragon silhouettes rushed out of his fist and met the God of War's 9 dragons fist force head-on. What? The old God of War was truly shocked when he saw this. The Roaring Dragon Imperial Fist was his unique battle skill. He was the only person in the world who knew this battle skill. This was because it was a battle technique he created after fighting for hundreds of years and fusing various fist techniques. Even his son, Junior God of War, couldn't throw a punch like this. How did this guy know his unique technique? The old God of War could never have imagined that Gu Fei would be able to understand the intricacies of the combat skill just by watching him throw it. Gu Fei had then followed up with the attack. Boom! 18 dragon shadows soared through the sky and collided with each other in an instant, causing a deafening explosion that was incomparably shocking. The terrifying sound waves spread out. The Xiantian realm martial artists who were watching the battle felt their ears ring. Then, they couldn't hear anything anymore. For a moment, they were deafened. Some of the weaker Xiantian realm martial artists even had their ears bleed from the sound wave. They retreated far away in fear. Gu Fei's 9 dragons fist force directly dispersed God of War's fist force. Then, it landed on God of War's body and sent him flying thousands of feet away. Chapter 4002. The elderly divine king of war was sent flying by a single punch from Gu Fei. Everyone was dumbfounded. That's way too strong. The inborn experts stared at the scene in disbelief. Rumble. The elderly divine king of war was sent flying thousands of feet away by Gu Fei, crashing into the palace. At this time, apart from a few guards, everyone else in the palace had fled. A battle of this level would affect too many people. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to withstand such pressure. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand the powerful aura of a true realm martial artist. All the ordinary people in the entire royal city had already fled out of the city. How would they dare to stay in the royal city? One had to know that staying in the royal city could mean death at any time. The guards of the royal city couldn't even stop them.
Attack.
At this time, the elderly divine king of war dashed out of the palace with disheveled hair and bellowed. Rumble. An extremely powerful wave of martial arts energy suddenly erupted. 12 figures emitting dazzling radiance dashed out. Every one of them was an inborn expert. Moreover, they were in a battle formation. With the power of 12 inborn experts joining together, even the elderly divine king of war would be wary of such power. The power of 12 inborn warlords gathered together in the battle formation and erupted with earth-shattering power. These 12 inborn warlords attacked Gu Fei directly. The leader of the group waved his right hand. An extremely sharp sword light dashed out from his hand and pierced through Gu Fei. The power of this sword tore through the void, leaving a pitch-black crack in the space where it passed. The 12 inborn warlords had prepared for such a long time. Their attack was indeed earth-shattering. The sword tore through the void as though it could slay an immortal from the heavens. This was the full power of the 12 inborn warlords. Even the elderly divine king of war wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. However, the next scene made the inborn experts' jaws drop. They saw Gu Fei extending his right hand and pointing his index finger at the sword light that pierced through the void. Then, the sword light that could tear through the void stopped in the void and couldn't move an inch forward. How is this possible? Seeing this, the god of battle was also stunned. One finger stopped the strongest attack from 12 warriors of the Xiantian realm. Martial artists use strength to win. When the power of 12 Xiantian warriors gathered together, this power definitely surpassed the limits of Xiantian. Even if it was a true realm martial artist, they would be able to kill him with one sword. This guy, Emo Xian, covered her mouth and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. This guy's combat strength was far beyond his imagination. Could it be that this guy was really a Saint Realm or even a God Realm Supreme Warrior? The strongest warriors of the Saint Realm and the Divine Realm were rare in the world, especially the Divine Realm, which was a legendary existence. At this moment, a force rushed out from Gu Fei's finger. In the next moment, the sword light that his finger had blocked shattered in the void, turning into specks of spiritual light and dissipating in the void. The 12 Xiantian generals were shocked to the extreme. They had never expected this black-robed youth to be so powerful. He had used a single finger to block their all-out attack. Yes, it's my turn. Gu Fei gestured with his right hand and pointed a finger forward. Swoosh! A ray of sword light shot out from his finger, tearing through the void and piercing through the 12 innate realm warriors. Halfway through, the ray of sword light suddenly split into 12. 12 sword lights pierced through the 12 Xiantian generals at the same time. What? The 12 Xiantian generals were scared out of their wits. This guy was too heaven-defying. Roar! The 12 Xiantian generals roared at the same time. Powerful martial arts energy exploded from their bodies and merged into a ball of light, enveloping the 12 Xiantian generals. These 12 innate battle formations had the strongest offensive killer moves and also the strongest defensive moves. However, the layer of divine light that enveloped the 12 Xiantian generals was as fragile as a thin piece of paper in front of Gu Fei's sword light. It was pierced through directly. In the next moment, the 12 Xiantian generals met a tragic end. The 12 sword lights pierced through the 12 Xiantian generals instantly, killing 12 Xiantian generals with one move. The 12 Xiantian generals were killed on the spot. The divine king of war's eyes turned bloodshot. These 12 Xiantian generals were trained by him. They had once followed him to conquer the world and help the divine dragon country expand its territory. The 12 Xiantian generals were killed by Gu Fei in one move. The divine king of war's heart was bleeding. Submit or die. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the Divine King of War. If they didn't submit, he would kill them. Clean and tidy. Preposterous. The Divine King of War was shocked and furious. This guy killed his son, the junior Divine King of War. Now, he killed the 12 Xiantian generals who were like his own father and son. How could he not take revenge? This guy actually wanted him to submit. Was that even possible? Then you can go to hell. Gu Fei reached out his right hand and grabbed at the Divine King of War in the distance. The Divine King of War only felt his body tighten, as if he was grabbed by an invisible hand. Then, he flew towards Gu Fei involuntarily. Roar! The Divine King of War roared again and again as he struggled to break free. He was extremely familiar with the battle technique that the other party had used. It was a unique technique that he had created himself. Could it be that this guy could grasp the ultimate technique of other martial artists with just a single look? At this time, there was no time for the Divine King of War to ponder. He had already flown in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's right hand shook. Then, the Divine King of War didn't even have the chance to scream before he was blasted into a mist of blood by the power that erupted from Gu Fei's right hand. Even the Divine King of War's powerful Yuan Shan was shattered, and his body and soul were both destroyed. At this time, the entire world seemed to have gone silent. Everyone was directly turned into stone statues. The Divine King of War was actually defeated. His body and soul were both destroyed. All the Xiantian realm martial artists who witnessed this scene were speechless. Everyone looked at the black-robed young man standing with his hands behind his back. Their expressions were incomparably complicated. Even the Divine King of War had died in battle. Monarch City was about to change. At this time, there was a sudden commotion outside the Monarch City. A group of black-robed men rushed in from outside the city. The person leading the group was Emo Feng, who had gone to get reinforcements. This guy had only rushed to the Divine Dragon Kingdom with the people from the Dark Moon Demon sect after the battle ended. Emo Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the broken walls and tiles in front of him. When he saw the figure standing with his hands behind his back, he was inexplicably shocked. Greetings, Master. Emo Feng rushed in front of the black-robed young man and directly knelt down. Chapter 4003. The battle between Gu Fei and the Divine King of War had almost destroyed half of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Even the royal palace was affected. Hundreds of thousands of civilians in the Divine Dragon Kingdom fled for their lives. Even ordinary martial artists couldn't withstand the powerful aura from the Divine King of War and had to retreat. Only dozens of inborn experts could watch the battle from afar. The Divine King of War lost. The instant the Divine King of War was obliterated by Gu Fei's palm. All the Xiantian realm martialists who witnessed the scene knew that the Divine Dragon Nation was about to change. When Emo Feng arrived with the people from the Inuit Demon sect, everything was settled. I don't need useless people. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't even look at Emo Feng, who was kneeling at his feet. Master, I can help you manage the entire Divine Dragon Kingdom, Emo Feng said hurriedly. He was sweating profusely and terrified. Emo Feng, what are you doing? It's not embarrassing for you to kowtow to an ordinary person. We still have to be human. The group of black-robed men that Emo Feng brought with him were pissed when they saw Emo Feng bowing to him. Some of them even started scolding him. However, Emo Feng lowered his head even more when he heard the scolding from the people he brought with him. His entire body was trembling. Emo Feng, you've disappointed me. A black-robed old man lifted his hat and looked coldly at Emo Feng, who was kneeling on the ground. Uncle Master, this is my master. Don't be rude. Emo Feng was flustered. His master was a killer. How could he live after offending him? At this moment, the inborn experts from the Divine Dragon Kingdom were gloating at the dozen experts from the Inuit Demon sect. The Inuit Demon sect had sent 13 inborn experts at once. This made the inborn experts in the Divine Dragon Kingdom fearful. Did the Inuit Demon sect turn out in full force? Emo Feng and the experts from the Inuit Demon sect didn't arrive in time. They didn't see the scene where Gu Fei killed the Divine King of War. If they saw it, they would have been scared out of their wits. They wouldn't dare to make any noise. Your master? Ha ha. Ha ha. The martial uncle of Devil Wind and his fellow disciples all laughed out loud. Demonic Wind, you're regressing as you live. You actually recognized a little kid as your master? Didn't you say that your master is an expert who can kill an innate with a raise of his hand? A middle-aged black-robed man said mockingly, If he can kill a Khanate with a raise of his hand, then I can kill a true realm with a raise of my hand. The other black-robed man sneered. At this time, those Xiantian experts who were watching this scene from the side were stunned. This group of people actually dared to be so impudent in front of this killing star. Weren't they afraid of death? All of you, shut up. Fiendish Wind was anxious, sweating profusely. These fellow apprentices and martial uncles were simply courting death. However, Gu Fei still stood with his hands behind his back, and he didn't even spare a glance at these fellows from the Dark Moon Devil sect. Ha. At this moment, Xian leisurely walked over. Her gaze was like water, and her figure was enchanting. Her entire body exuded a sense of temptation. Those with weak willpower would definitely be lost. They're mocking you, and you can tolerate it? Xian chuckled. Devil Sect Saintus? When the leading elder from the Dark Moon Devil sect saw Xian, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Greetings, Saintus. The group of black-robed men behind the elder hurriedly greeted Xian. The Dark Moon Devil sect was also a faction within the Devil sect. The Devil sect wasn't a sect, but an alliance of the Devil sects. The Saintus of the Devil sect had a very high status within the Devil sect. If I were you, I would kill anyone who dares to be rude to me. Xian was still smiling as if she was talking about something insignificant. When the group of people from the Dark Moon Devil sect heard Xian's words, they couldn't help but be shocked and unhappy. Have you seen a giant dragon paying attention to an ant? Gu Fei said indifferently. His memory was completely sealed, and he was called Ahu now. Haha, what a joke. He's obviously an ant, but he dares to call himself a giant dragon. A Xiantian expert from the Dark Moon Devil sect sneered and said with a face full of disdain. Sigh. Feng, who was lying on the ground, wailed in his heart. If you don't court death, you won't die. My senior and junior brothers are really courting death. Courting death. Gu Fei waved his hand, and a dragon shadow immediately rushed out from his hand. Boom. The guy who ridiculed Gu Fei was directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist by the dragon shadow. The Xiantian experts from the Dark Moon Devil sect were also covered in blood, and they were all stunned. Kill an Xiantian expert with a raise of his hand? Some of the Xiantian experts from the Dark Moon Devil sect said with trembling voices, although a giant dragon disdains to bother with an ant, it doesn't mean that an ant can offend the dignity of a giant dragon. Gu Fei said indifferently, You, the great master of Feng, was shocked and furious. At this moment, he finally realized that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. At this time, the surrounding Xiantian experts didn't disperse, but continued to watch the show. They were all gloating at the people from the Dark Moon Devil sect. This group of guys deserved to die. They were too blind. This guy called Ahu killed the old divine king of war with a palm strike, and even his bones weren't left. No matter how strong these guys were, could they be stronger than the old divine king of war? Sir, we were invited here to help you. Why did you kill our people? The old man said with a gloomy face, Watch your people. If there's a next time, I'll annihilate the Dark Moon Devil sect. Gu Fei didn't even look at the old man as he walked towards the palace. What? The old man was instantly enraged when he heard this. However, he suppressed his anger immediately. This guy who looked like an ordinary person was actually a tiger in disguise. The territory of the Divine Dragon Nation spanned a radius of 5,000 miles. It wasn't small, but compared to the entire eastern region of the Great Origin Domain, it was very inconspicuous. It was just a very small vassal state. The capital of the Divine Dragon Nation was a large city with a population of more than 1 million people. However, at this time, there were probably only a few 100,000 people left in the capital. All of them had fled the city. Of course, after the battle, those who fled the city to seek refuge would return. Gu Fei entered the palace of the Divine Dragon Nation and proclaimed himself the king of the Divine Dragon Nation. At this time, the news of Gu Fei defeating the old Divine King of War spread. The Dongwu dynasty was furious, and countless kings of the vassal states were dumbfounded. What an amazing person! He actually dares to proclaim himself a king. Is he trying to make the entire Dongwu dynasty his enemy? One person challenging an entire dynasty? That's crazy. Who is that guy called Ahu? Could he be the successor of one of those holy lands? Chapter 4004. How bold of you to proclaim yourself king. In the palace hall of the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital, the Dongwu divine emperor tossed a memorial to the throne. I'm willing to go and punish this traitor. A mighty-looking middle-aged man in an official robe stepped forward. King Dongyang, that traitor who even killed the Divine Dragon Nation's old war god, a peerless expert at the peak of the true realm. Do you think you're stronger than the Divine Dragon Nation's old war god? A white-haired old man stood up and sneered. Marquis Tianhu, what do you mean by this? King Dongyang glared at the old man. What I mean is, you're going to die, the Marquis said coldly. Umph. King Dongyang sneered. The next moment, a terrifying wave of power immediately erupted from his body, causing the entire hall to shake. Numerous talisman markings surged into appearance in the hall. In the next moment, the entire hall gradually calmed down. Those were martial markings. When martial arts were cultivated to the extreme, they could derive divine abilities. Martial markings were a type of Dao markings that could condense power and construct arrays. Of course, martial markings could only be mastered by sage-level or divine-level martialists. Khanate or true realm martialists couldn't condense martial markings at all. Everyone in the hall was inexplicably shocked. Sage realm? The Marquis's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the powerful pressure that seemed to be able to collapse the sky disappeared. Except for the Dongwu Divine Emperor, everyone in the hall was moved. Congratulations, Brother Dongyang. The Marquis cupped his hands at King Dongyang and retreated. Humph. King Dongyang sneered and glanced at the Marquis with disdain. The Marquis was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After all, in the Dongwu dynasty, strength was everything. A sage-level martial sage was also an influential existence in the entire Dongwu dynasty. The others in the hall also hurriedly congratulated King Dongyang. Haha, King Dongyang, you really hid your strength well. The Dongwu Divine Emperor laughed. Pass down my decree to confer King Dongyang the title of Holy King and increase his territory by 3,000 kilometers. All the experts in the hall were extremely envious. This was especially so for the Heavenly Tiger Marquis. He was envious, jealous, and hateful. The Heavenly Tiger Marquis had been personally conferred the title of Holy Ruler by the Sage Emperor. In the entire Dongwu dynasty, a Holy Ruler was second only to the Sage Emperor. Thank you, Saint Emperor. King Dongyang, no, it should be Saint King Dongyang, quickly expressed his gratitude. All right, Sacred King Dongyang, you'll have to make a trip. The dragon chi of the Great Path circled around his body, and the vague shadow of a dragon could be vaguely seen on his body. The vision was astonishing. Even Sacred King Dongyang shuddered in fear when facing the Elysian Emperor. At this moment, within the Divine Dragon Country's royal palace, Gu Fei sat on the throne in the main hall. His face was incomparably calm, while Imo Xian stood beside him. She had a surreal feeling. She had watched Gu Fei progress step by step to where he was now. No one would believe that a youth from the martial village could actually fight against a country alone. What shocked Imo Xian even more was that Gu Fei actually killed the Divine Dragon Country's old god of war. That was an existence at the peak of the true realm. Even in the demon sect, there weren't many peerless experts like that. The Divine Dragon Country was about to change masters. Imo Feng still had the ability, and the royal palace began to regain its liveliness. Imo Feng even opened the royal palace's treasury. Inside were all the rare treasures that the Divine Dragon Country had collected for hundreds of years, as well as all kinds of cultivation resources. When Imo Xian entered the treasury, she was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. The Divine Dragon Country's treasury was almost comparable to the demon sect's treasury. Gu Fei had no interest in cultivation resources at all. His cultivation was long gone, and all he had was strength. However, he discovered that his strength seemed to be constantly increasing as he cultivated. What he needed were cultivation techniques. There were many books in the Divine Dragon Country's royal palace. Gu Fei directly went into the library and read all the books. The Divine Dragon Country's Zhou clan cultivated the extreme dragon mystic technique. When cultivated to the extreme, one could transform into a divine dragon, tear the heavens and the earth, break through the void, and ascend to the upper realm. Gu Fei tried to cultivate the extreme dragon mystic technique. A wave of violent dragon energy immediately rushed out of his body, shaking the heavens and the earth. His cultivation was constantly rising. Mortal realm, Xiantian realm, real realm, sage realm. His cultivation had broken through to the sage great perfection realm. Given time, his cultivation would break through to the divine mirror realm. Then, he would break through the void and leave this world. Although Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the sage advanced realm, the strength of his physical body was shocking. He could even kill a god realm expert with one punch. Ahu, come out and die. After a few days of peace, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. It shook the entire Divine Dragon Country's royal city. Everyone was shocked as if the end of the world was coming. Oh no, it's a sage realm martial artist this time. When Xian heard this shout, her expression instantly changed. She quickly looked at Gu Fei. She saw that Gu Fei was still lying on the throne. He didn't seem to care. You still don't want to come out and die? Then, I will massacre the entire city. Let's see how long you can hide. That voice still came from the sky, and it was filled with murderous intent. When Xian heard this, she couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Good, very good. Then, let's kill. After that person finished speaking, the entire heaven and earth spiritual energy was immediately attracted. High up in the sky, the weather changed, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the stars in the sky looked like they were about to fall. A huge hand that was bigger than a mountain appeared in the sky above the Divine Dragon Country's royal city. Then, it directly bombarded the royal city below. What? Countless people in the city lifted their heads to see this scene, and they were all stunned. Countless martial artists desperately fled out of the city. Even the Xiantian realm martial artists wished they could grow wings and fly out of the city. The hand that slammed down from the sky exuded a powerful and indestructible aura of the divine way. Master. At this time, in the royal palace, Missouri Feng rushed into the main hall hurriedly. What are you panicking for? Gu Fei lifted his head abruptly. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the void, and he saw the huge hand that was slamming down. Roar! In the next moment, a terrifying and ferocious dragon shadow rushed out from Gu Fei's body. Then, with a boom, it smashed through the roof and rushed out. Countless people in the city saw a black dragon rushing out from the city lord's residence, and it directly went towards the huge hand that was descending from the sky. Boom! The dragon shadow and the huge hand collided instantly. Vast waves of energy spread out in all directions, and the entire sky seemed like it was going to be reversed. Rumble! The void trembled, and even the clouds on the horizon were dispersed. Swoosh! Chapter 4005. Not to mention in the Eastern Domain, even in the entire Taiyuan realm, a sage-level warrior was a big shot. Such an existence had cultivated martial arts to the divine level, and could attract the spiritual land of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles with a raise of their hand. They had even cultivated the martial sage realm, and could control a part of the void with a raise of their hand. At this time, the saint-level warriors suddenly attacked the Divine Dragon Nation's imperial residence, intending to destroy the entire Divine Dragon Nation's imperial city. With the power of a saint-level warrior, they could easily erase a city from the ground. Destroying a city with a single blow was as easy as flipping a hand for them. At this time, two figures faced off in the sky above the Divine Dragon Nation's imperial city. Gu Fei originally had great power within him, but his memories had been sealed by the first demon ancestor in the primogenitor's realm at the cost of his life. Naturally, he had forgotten all his cultivation methods, so he had no way to use his power. However, as he continued to fight, he learned many ways to use his power from his opponents, and he also read some of the cultivation methods collected by the Divine Dragon Nation's ruler. He was now a saint-level warrior, and he cultivated the Dongwu royal family's extreme dragon mystic technique. However, his aura never leaked out. Dongyang Holy King stared at him in shock. An ordinary person definitely couldn't fly in the air. Did this guy have a treasure that could conceal his aura? Unable to see through Gu Fei's strength, Dongyang Holy King had some misgivings. At this time, outside the Divine Dragon Nation's imperial city, dozens of figures rushed over from the distance. Each figure emitted an extremely powerful aura. They were the subordinates that Dongyang Holy King had brought with him. These people were all above the Khanate realm, and there were even 2 true realm warriors. When one's cultivation reached the level of being able to single-handedly defeat a nation, the army was like countless ants in their eyes, and they could wipe out a large group with a single slap. Dongyang Holy King didn't bring an army, just a group of subordinates. With the strength of Dongyang Holy King and his subordinates, it would be a piece of cake to destroy the Divine Dragon Nation. It should be noted that there were less than 30 Khanate Grandmasters in the entire Divine Dragon Nation. Yurahu. Dongyang Holy King was very surprised to see Gu Fei. He thought that the guy who could kill the Divine Dragon Nation's Divine King of War would be a savage with 3 heads and 6 arms. Who are you? Gu Fei asked back. My master is the Eastern Sun Sacred King, who was personally appointed by the Eastern Martial Sacred Emperor. An old man under the Eastern Sun Sacred King sneered at Gu Fei. Dongyang Holy King. Hearing this, Gu Fei's face remained calm, not revealing any expression. Holy King stood in the air with his hand. Dongyang Spirit Saint, and of Grandmaster, Holy Dongyang Holy Saint. Saint, Holy Saint Saint Grandmaster Star Spirit Ling Ling Qi. Ling King of Saint Spirits Yang, to Qi, and Khanate. Level, Saint King Spirit, of Spirit of the Spirit Realm, and to be. Divine. Of it. Of Spirit. Of. Yun of Domain Level of Realm of Emo of. Realm. Of. Spirit of. Of all of Divine of Realm. Saif. Emo of Clan. All the factions in the Divine Dragon Kingdom had already lowered their heads and submitted to Gu Fei. At this time, more than 10 innate realm martial artists in the kingdom rushed out. It's Lord Dongyang? Someone recognized Holy King Dongyang, but no one knew that he'd already broken through to the sage level and had been conferred the title of Holy King Dongyang by the Eastern Martial Sacred Emperor. My master's cultivation has already broken through to the Saint Realm, and he was personally conferred the title of Saint King by the Saint Emperor. The old man who stood out glanced at the crowd and said coldly, "What?" The group of Xiantian lords in King City nearly fell from the sky when they heard that. The Sage Realm. In the Dongwu dynasty, the Sage Realm cultivators had a high status, second only to the Dongwu Divine Emperor. Such an existence could make the entire eastern region tremble. Greetings, Sacred King Dongyang. Immediately, 5 or 6 Xiantian realm cultivators from the Divine Dragon Kingdom bowed to East Sun Holy King, betraying Gu Fei and joining East Sun Holy King's camp. The remaining Xiantian realm martial artists were also extremely tempted. One had to know that that was a Sage King. No matter how strong Gu Fei was, he couldn't be stronger than a Sage King. For a Sage King to kill a true realm or Xiantian realm martial artist was as easy as crushing an ant. Kill this guy, and I will let bygones be bygones. East Sun Holy King said coldly as he glanced at the Divine Dragon Kingdom Xiantian realm martial artists. When the Divine Dragon Kingdom Xiantian realm martial artists heard that, their gazes all landed on Gu Fei. At this moment, even Emo Xian, and Emo Feng were extremely nervous. If these guys all betrayed Gu Fei, they would be in deep trouble. The other people from the Dark Moon Demon sect didn't appear. They had already returned to the Dark Moon Demon sect's main altar. Their relationship with Gu Fei was very unpleasant, so they naturally didn't have the face to stay. Didn't you hear my master's words? If you want to live, then kill this guy. The old man roared at the Divine Dragon Kingdom's Xiantian realm martial artists. The Divine Dragon Kingdom's Xiantian realm martial artists looked at each other. This young man named Ahu was a fierce person who could kill true realm martial artists with a wave of his hand. Were they tired of living to attack such an existence? Everyone was hesitant. A bunch of trash. The old man glanced at the Xiantian realm martial artists coldly and had a face full of disdain. The Divine Dragon Kingdom's Xiantian realm martial artists were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. These guys were extremely shrewd and didn't choose a side for the time being. Even those who had chosen a side also retreated. Haha, are you the only one who isn't trash? Emocien laughed and said, Devil Sex Saintus? The old man looked at Emocien indifferently, then his gaze landed on Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei still had an indifferent expression. His face didn't show any expression, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Kill! The old man roared and took a step forward. Bam! Although he only stepped on the void under his feet also shook. In the next moment, his right fist had already punched out. This punch was like a meteorite falling from the sky, able to shake the stars. The void in front of the fist was filled with transparent ripples. This, Emocien and Emofeng's expression changed as they quickly retreated. Only Gu Fei was still standing with his hands behind his back. Facing this extremely ferocious punch, he still had an indifferent expression. The old man who attacked was at the peak of the Xiantian realm and was about to break through to the half-step true realm. Gu Fei waited until the opponent's fist was in front of him before casually pointing a finger at the opponent's fist. In the next moment, the old man's body trembled. The extremely ferocious fist instantly disappeared, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Then, the old man fell from the sky and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He died on the spot. What? Chapter 4006. Gu Fei had shocked everyone by killing a peak Khanate cultivator with a single finger. He even dared to kill a Sage Realm cultivator right in front of him. He was indeed arrogant. The Divine Dragon Nation's Khanate cultivators had long since retreated. No matter who won, they wouldn't have a good time. The Khanate cultivators who'd already joined Eastern Sun Holy King's camp were especially terrified. You're courting death. Eastern Sun Holy King glared at Gu Fei, his eyes glinting with sharpness. The powerful pressure of the Sage Realm emanated from his body. All the nearby Xiantian Realm martial artists felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. The weaker Xiantian Realm martial artists directly fell from the sky, looking extremely pathetic. At this moment, Eastern Sun Holy King seemed to have become an invincible ruler, as if he could dictate the life and death of everyone present. Domain, it's a domain. Some veteran Khanate cultivators cried out in shock. Sage Realm cultivators could cultivate a domain. Once this domain was activated, the life and death of all living beings within its range would no longer be in their control. Boom! Eastern Sun Holy King took a step forward, and the entire world seemed to crumble. All the Khanate cultivators within a radius of 1,000 feet trembled and fell from the sky. Even the two true realm cultivators could only stand in the air and circulate their mystic arts with all their might to resist the powerful pressure from Eastern Sun Holy King. Emocien and demonic wind had long since retreated 1,000 feet away, avoiding the disaster. Too strong. All the Khanate cultivators were dumbfounded. Before Eastern Sun Holy King, they were as weak as ants. Facing him was like facing the heavens, and they couldn't even think of resisting. Sage Realm cultivators are like gods and demons. Some Khanate cultivators lamented. However, what shocked the Khanate cultivators was that Gu Fei was already standing in front of the Eastern Sun Sacred King. He still had an indifferent expression on his face. He's also a Sage Realm cultivator? The Khanate cultivators who joined Eastern Sun Holy King's camp from the start paled. If Gu Fei was also a Sage Realm cultivator, then they were dead meat. It seems I've underestimated you. Eastern Sun Holy King stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, You're not just looking down on me. Gu Fei said lightly, What an arrogant little fellow. Saint King Dongyang was enraged. This guy actually dared to underestimate him. Bam! Sacred King Dongyang took a step forward, causing the entire void to shake violently. A terrifying force directly obliterated Gu Fei. Humph! With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the power that was about to obliterate him immediately vanished into thin air. Sacred King Dongyang was moved. This guy had actually resolved his attack so casually. Kill! Sacred King Dongyang roared and slapped his head. A beam of dazzling divine light rushed out of his back and transformed into a golden dragon that pounced at Gu Fei. Rumble! The entire domain was trembling, and pitch-black spatial cracks began to appear. The powerful might that erupted from the golden dragon made all the Xiantian realm martial artists unable to lift their heads. All of them were shocked to the extreme. At this time, even the two true realm martial artists had to retreat. Sacred King Dongyang's full power of the Saint Realm erupted. It was so terrifying that the world seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Countless people in Royal City were terrified to the extreme. At this time, Gu Fei also became somewhat serious. He clenched the fingers of his right hand and punched at the golden dragon that was pouncing at him. Boom! Gu Fei's fist smashed into the golden dragon in an instant. In the next moment, the golden dragon, which had been condensed to the extreme and looked like a real dragon, directly exploded, sending dragon scales flying. A seemingly casual punch actually had such power. The golden dragon exploded, and Sacred King Dongyang was directly sent flying. His face instantly turned pale. Returning to the natural state. Good, very good. Sacred King Dongyang laughed in extreme anger. In his eyes, Gu Fei was pretending to be a pig to prey on a tiger. Returning to the natural state was a supreme martial artist that was close to the divine realm. Clang! In the next moment, a cold aura instantly erupted, and an extremely sharp blade light rushed out of Sacred King Dongyang's body. The Dragon Slayer Saber. I didn't expect Sacred King Dongyang to bring this divine weapon here. Some Xiantian realm martial artists were extremely shocked. Oh no, Ahu is going to be in trouble. Mo Xian, Er's expression also changed drastically when she saw the blade light. As the holy maiden of the demon clan, she knew very well how terrifying the Dragon Slayer Saber was. The Dragon Slayer Saber was one of the most powerful divine weapons of the Dongwu royal family of the Dongwu dynasty. Who would have thought that the Eastern martial sacred emperor would actually give this divine weapon to Sacred King Dongyang? As soon as the Dragon Slayer Saber appeared, the entire world turned cold. The void seemed to solidify, and the power of Sacred King Dongyang's domain collapsed. You should be honored to die by the Dragon Slayer Saber. Sacred King Dongyang grabbed the Dragon Slayer Saber and directly slashed at Gu Fei. A terrifying blade light of destruction directly rushed out of his hand and instantly slashed through the void, leaving a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. Oh no! Mo Feng was on the verge of tears when he saw this. He had offended his senior and junior brothers of the Inmoon Demon sect and couldn't return to the sect anymore. If Gu Fei was also defeated and killed by Sacred King Dongyang, there would be no place for him in this vast world. However, the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing. They saw Gu Fei stretch out his right hand and grab the Dragon Slayer Saber. Then, the Dragon Slayer Saber in Sacred King Dongyang's hand was in Gu Fei's. Sacred King Dongyang was also dumbfounded. The Dragon Slayer Saber in his hand was actually in his opponent's hand. The most terrifying thing was that he didn't even know how the saber ended up in his opponent's hand. This saber can also slay a dragon? Gu Fei looked at the Dragon Slayer Saber in his hand, somewhat doubtful. Is this a divine weapon? Then, he gripped the Dragon Slayer Saber and exerted force with both hands. With a crack, the peerless divine saber in everyone's eyes was actually broken into two. What? Everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Even Sacred King Dongyang was scared out of his wits. That was the Dragon Slayer Saber, no ordinary weapon, but it was actually broken by this guy. Master, you can give it to me if you don't want it. Mo Feng's heart was bleeding. That was a peerless divine weapon, the Dragon Slayer Saber. What was a divine weapon? A Khanate cultivator could fight a true realm cultivator with it, and a true realm cultivator could fight a sage with it. Divine weapons deliberately allowed cultivators to challenge stronger opponents than themselves. Chapter 4007. The sight of Gu Fei breaking the dragon-slaying saber with his bare hands shocked everyone. That was a divine weapon, the most precious treasure of the Dongwu royal family. Yet, it was destroyed by Gu Fei just like that. At this moment, Eastern Sun's sacred king's heart was bleeding. The others were even more dumbfounded. You, Eastern Sun's sacred king pointed at Gu Fei, his fingers trembling. The dragon-slaying saber did not belong to him. It was a divine weapon bestowed upon him by the sacred emperor of the Dongwu dynasty. Now that the dragon-slaying saber had been destroyed by Gu Fei, how was he going to explain it to the sacred emperor? "I'm going to kill you." Eastern Sun's sacred king was going crazy. The next moment, his body shook, and the violent power of the golden sun immediately erupted from his body. This power shook the void within a radius of 10 miles, and the entire void seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth frantically gathered toward Eastern Sun's sacred king. Boom! In the next moment, 10 balls of divine light rushed out of Eastern Sun's sacred king's body. Each ball of divine light was extremely dazzling, as if 10 divine suns had appeared between heaven and earth. The entire world immediately became extremely hot, and heat waves surged. All the warriors could feel the heat waves assaulting their bodies. They could not help but be moved, and quickly retreated far away. The consequences of a sacred king's wrath are severe. Emosienner, who had already hidden to the side, could not help but be shocked when she saw this scene. This guy is dead meat. The Khanate experts that Eastern Sun's sacred king brought all gloated at Gu Fei. Emofeng was extremely anxious. If Gu Fei was unlucky, he would also be unlucky. However, Gu Fei still looked calm and collected. 10 suns incinerate sky, kill. Eastern Sun's sacred king was enraged. 10 divine suns shot toward Gu Fei at the same time. The void shattered, and the power of the crimson sun spread in all directions, turning the void within 1,000 feet into a sea of fire. Gu Fei was directly engulfed by the divine crimson fire. This was the manifestation of the divine crimson fire that Eastern Sun's sacred king had cultivated for 1,000 years. If an ordinary sacred king was burned by this divine fire, his body and soul would immediately be destroyed. "You have some ability. You are barely qualified to be my servant." Gu Fei stood in the middle of the Scarlet Sun Fire Sea and said indifferently. The Scarlet Sun divine fire that could burn the sky and boil the sea actually couldn't get close to his body. What? Sacred King Dongyang was both shocked and angry. This guy was too arrogant. Rumble. East Sun's sacred king went all out and spat out another mouthful of Scarlet Young Fire Chi at Gu Fei. His face turned deathly pale after spitting out the Scarlet Young Fire Chi. A wisp of fire chi as heavy as a mountain was spewed out by Sacred King Dongyang. The entire domain shook, and the power of the 10 suns instantly soared to the limit. The 10 suns rushed towards Gu Fei, but to his horror, they were blocked by an invisible force. If it was an ordinary Sage Realm cultivator, his body and soul would have been burned to ashes by the power of the 10 suns. Unfortunately, Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary Sage Realm expert. In fact, he wasn't someone that a Sage Realm expert could compare with. "I'll show you what it means to be invincible." Gu Fei spoke indifferently. In the next moment, he clapped his hands together, and a fluctuation of energy swept out from his hands. After that, the 10 suns instantly collapsed, and the monstrous divine flames of the crimson sun were instantly extinguished. When the divine fire disappeared, a dumbfounded Sacred King Dongyang appeared in the void. How is this possible? Sacred King Dongyang's shock was no small matter. His opponent had broken his most powerful killing move with a casual clap of his hand. Was he in the God realm? At this time, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and gently pressed it down on Sacred King Dongyang. The void shook violently, and Sacred King Dongyang felt as if a primordial divine mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to fall from the sky. Boom! The earth shook, and a bottomless, palm-shaped hole appeared in the ground. Those who had wanted to see Gu Fei suffer were all scared out of their wits by the scene in front of them. "If you don't die, come find me in the palace," Gu Fei said, then turned around and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. Even the two true realm experts couldn't see how Gu Fei had left. Haha, you bastards are lucky. My master has already given you a way out. Submit obediently, or the consequences will be dire. Mo Feng laughed and rushed back to the palace. Hearing Mo Feng's incomparably sarcastic voice, the experts that sacred King Dongyang had brought with him were both shocked and angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Even sacred King Dongyang had been defeated by Gu Fei. Who else could be a match for Gu Fei? Mo Xian are also left with a giggle, leaving behind a group of Khanate cultivators who were scared silly. Everyone who recovered from the shock sucked in a breath of cold air. The two true realm martial artists even rushed over. Very soon, a blood-stained, battered guy was carried out of the bottomless pit by the two true realm experts. This guy was Sacred King Dongyang. Very soon, the group of martial artists from the imperial city actually obediently went to the palace to pay their respects to Gu Fei and willingly become Gu Fei's servants. Sacred King Dongyang, in particular, kowtowed with each step he took outside the palace gates, then entered the palace on his knees. When the news spread, everyone in the imperial city was dumbfounded. Sacred King Dongyang was a sage realm expert. Such an existence didn't need to kneel to anyone. However, even a saint state martial artist was as insignificant as an ant in front of Gu Fei. Sacred King Dongyang lost and became his servant? When the news reached the imperial city, the entire imperial city was shaken. Countless people were extremely shocked. Sacred King Dongyang was a sage realm expert who had just been conferred the title of Sacred King by the Eastern Martial Sacred Emperor. The Eastern Martial Dynasty's response to Sacred King Dongyang's betrayal was to kill all the family members of those who had betrayed them. For a time, the imperial city was filled with people. Even Sacred King Dongyang's family had been captured and thrown into the dungeon to await execution. Of course, Gu Fei didn't know any of this. He just needed some people to help him deal with some matters. It had to be said that Sacred King Dongyang was really lucky. Master. On an evening 3 days later, Sacred King Dongyang led a group of martial artists to kneel in the Great Hall. Go back and tell that so-called Sacred Emperor of the Eastern Martial Imperial City to come see me. Otherwise, just wait for death. Gu Fei sat on the throne and said indifferently, and everyone in the Great Hall was stunned when they heard Gu Fei's words. Was their master going to fight the Eastern Martial Dynasty alone? This was too crazy. The Eastern Martial Dynasty was the most powerful force in the entire eastern region of the Taiyuan realm. Only the Shenwu sect and the Demon Sky sect could compete with it. Although the Shenwu sect and the Demon Sky sect were two major sects, they were not weaker than the Eastern Martial Dynasty. In fact, they were even stronger. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei wanted to challenge the Dongwu dynasty alone. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Crazy, crazy. Since ancient times, no one has ever been so crazy. How can he succeed? The entire eastern region of the Taiyuan realm was in an uproar. Even the top sects of the other 4 regions were alarmed. Interesting. What is this guy's background? Shen Wushang, the sect master of the Shenwu sect, said. The Demon Sky sect's Annihilation Demon Master had also come out of seclusion. The gathering of the Demon Sect's experts meant that there were signs of a war between the Demon Sect and the other orthodox sections. As the saintess of the Demon Sect, Mo Xian naturally knew how powerful and terrifying the Demon Sky sect was. The Annihilation Demon Master was one of the top 3 experts in the eastern region. The Annihilation Demon Master's status was definitely comparable to the Eastern Martial Dynasty's overlord. However, when Saint King Dongyang returned to the imperial capital, the Eastern Martial Divine Emperor's decree came. Saint King Dongyang was arrested and thrown into prison. 3 days later, he would be executed together with his family. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord was decisive in killing. When the news spread to the Divine Dragon Kingdom, it immediately caused a commotion. In that case, I'll make a trip to the imperial capital, Gu Fei said and walked out of the palace. Under the gaze of countless martial artists, he walked out of the palace step by step and left the Divine Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital. Mo Xian, and Mo Feng naturally followed beside Gu Fei. He's actually coming to the imperial capital? The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord sneered. This guy is too arrogant. I want to see how arrogant he can be. Soon, the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord put a bounty on Gu Fei's head. Whoever could kill Gu Fei would be rewarded with a divine artifact and could enter the Imperial clan's library to read all kinds of martial arts techniques. This kind of bounty was extremely tempting to all martial artists, and they all wanted to get it. A divine artifact. The value of a divine artifact was too high. It was simply priceless. One should know that a divine artifact could only be refined by a supreme martial artist in the godly state. As for the godly state, it was basically impossible to find one in the current world. However, when everyone knew that Gu Fei once broke the Dragon Slayer saber with his bare hands, they were all dumbfounded. It was unbelievable. It also scared many people who wanted to attack Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei, Xian and Mo Feng swaggered towards the imperial capital. They didn't hide their tracks at all. Is he really going to challenge the Eastern Martial Dynasty with his own strength? Someone exclaimed. When Gu Fei came to a valley, a figure appeared in front of him and blocked his way. It was a figure so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Although this figure stood quietly in front of them, it was like a towering mountain. It made Mo Xian and Mo Feng's hearts palpitate. Celestial Venerable Ling? When Mo Xian saw the person's face clearly, she was truly shocked. Celestial Venerable Ling was an itinerant cultivator. She came and went alone, but her cultivation was extremely powerful. She had already reached the Sage Realm. Such a person wasn't someone that Eastern Sun's Sacred King could compare to. Eastern Sun's Sacred King had just broken through to the Sage Realm, while Celestial Venerable Ling was a veteran. In front of Celestial Venerable Ling, Eastern Sun's Sacred King was like a child that had just learned how to walk. I'll take your life. Chapter 4008. Gu Fei brought Mo Feng and Mo Xian out of the Divine Dragon Nation, heading straight for the imperial capital of the Eastern Martial Dynasty. The Eastern Martial Dynasty was shaken, and the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord was furious. Then, the power of this powerful and terrifying dynasty was activated. Gu Fei, on the other hand, attracted the attention of all the major powers in the Eastern region. Even the Divine Martial Sect and the Devil Sky Sect, two major powers that could rival the Eastern Martial Dynasty, were alarmed. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord offered a divine weapon and a month's worth of reading martial arts manuals in the Royal Library to take Gu Fei's life. With a great reward, there would be brave men. Celestial Venerable Ling intercepted Gu Fei's group. Not to mention a month's worth of reading martial arts manuals in the Royal Library, even a divine weapon was enough to make any strong practitioner of the Sage Realm green with envy. East Peak City. In a valley 10 miles away from the city, two strong practitioners were in a standoff. You want my life? Gu Fei looked at Celestial Venerable Ling and wanted to laugh, but his face was still as calm as a mirror. Even Sacred King Dongyang lost to my master. Who do you think you are? Mo Feng sneered. How dare you? Celestial Venerable Ling looked at the devil wind, and her powerful consciousness actually transformed into a faint sword shadow that tore through the void and pierced through the devil wind. This was a consciousness attack. If Celestial Venerable Ling's sword of consciousness hit him, Mo Feng's soul would definitely scatter. However, he would be left with a complete innate martial body. Mo Feng was shocked. He didn't expect Celestial Venerable Ling to kill someone without a word. When he reacted, it was already too late to dodge. At this critical moment, Gu Fei casually waved his hand, and the void trembled. The sword of consciousness that Celestial Venerable Ling had unleashed dissipated into nothingness. What? The sword of consciousness was broken by Gu Fei, and Celestial Venerable Ling suffered a huge blow. Blood seeped out of her eyes, and she looked incomparably hideous. Die. Celestial Venerable Ling didn't say anything and just threw a punch at Gu Fei. When the punch landed in Gu Fei's eyes, it felt as though the entire world was pressing down on him. It was as though the entire world wanted to crush him. The punch brought forth the power of the world within a radius of thousands of zhang. Such a force was definitely not something that a Xintian realm martial artist could contend with. One must know that this was the power of the world. The power of the world that a Sage Realm expert could draw upon was not something that a true Realm expert could compare with. Mo Feng and Mo Xian immediately retreated far away. A battle of this level was something they couldn't endure at all. That kind of pressure was enough to make a Xiantian Realm martial artist vomit blood. However, Gu Fei was still standing on the ground without a trace of panic. Bam! At this moment, Celestial Venerable Ling's fist seemed to have smashed into an invisible wall. It suddenly stopped in front of Gu Fei's chest and couldn't move forward anymore. Roar! Celestial Venerable Ling roared furiously, and the power that exploded from her fist instantly soared. The surrounding void trembled continuously. However, her fist still couldn't move an inch. This shocked Celestial Venerable Ling to the extreme. Could this fellow really be a supreme martial artist on the God Realm? Celestial Venerable Ling's forehead was covered in sweat. She wanted to retract her fist, but at this moment, Gu Fei's body trembled. He felt a strong force coming from his fist. Without any suspense, Celestial Venerable Ling was directly blown away. With a boom, she smashed a huge rock into pieces. You can't even withstand a single blow, and you still want my life? Gu Fei looked indifferently at Celestial Venerable Ling, who was standing up from the ground. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Ling was shocked and angry. Only now did she know that she had kicked an iron plate this time. To be able to cultivate to the middle levels of the Sage Realm, this Celestial Venerable Ling definitely wasn't a fool. On the contrary, she was very smart, and her talent in martial arts far surpassed others. Swoosh! Celestial Venerable Ling directly turned around and rushed out of the valley, wanting to escape. Come here. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and Celestial Venerable Ling only felt her body tighten. Her whole body flew towards his palm uncontrollably. Roar! Celestial Venerable Ling was shocked, and she roared crazily. The powerful power of the middle levels of the Sage Realm exploded from her body, and the void around her trembled. Spare me! Celestial Venerable Ling only had time to say these two words before she was turned into a bloody mist by the power that exploded from Gu Fei's hand. A strong martial artist of a generation, Celestial Venerable Ling, was actually killed just like that. Even everything on her body was shattered by Gu Fei's power. Gu Fei's power was extremely strong. Seeing this scene, Mo Xian and Mo Feng were stunned. That was a martial artist of the middle levels of the Sage Realm. If the God Realm didn't appear, the Sage Realm would be invincible. Gu Fei directly walked out of the valley and continued towards the imperial capital of the East Martial Dynasty. When the news spread, the entire region was shaken. Countless martial artists couldn't believe it. Celestial Venerable Ling was a martial artist of the middle levels of the Sage Realm, yet she couldn't even take one move from Gu Fei. This was simply too unbelievable. Just as Gu Fei continued to rush towards the imperial capital, the East Martial Dynasty had already laid out an inescapable net in front of them. The bag was already opened, and they were waiting for Gu Fei to jump in. Moreover, even more martial artists were rushing towards the imperial capital. In front of the Black Dragon Mountain Range, an army of close to 10,000 people stood there quietly. The heaven and earth were silent, and a formless, murderous aura rushed forward, causing the surrounding temperature to drop continuously. Master, should we take a detour? In front of the army, Mo Feng asked Gu Fei. If they took a detour, they would have to walk for a few more days to get out of this mountain range. Mo Xian looked at Gu Fei anxiously. Gu Fei didn't say anything and directly walked forward towards the army without any hesitation. One person against 10,000? At this moment, many martial artists from other factions appeared on the surrounding mountain ridges. This fellow is really crazy. That is a battle formation formed by the Xiantian Realm martial artists. Someone exclaimed. Even a Sage Realm martial artist had to retreat against the power of such a battle formation. They didn't dare to clash head-on with it. Attack! With the roar of a God Realm battle general, the formation formed by 10,000 Xiantian Realm martial artists immediately activated. The power of 10,000 Xiantian Realm martial artists instantly gathered crazily. The entire void was trembling, and pitch-black cracks in space appeared and disappeared continuously. Kill! 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists roared at the same time. In the sky above the battle formation, an illusory figure appeared, and a terrifying aura spread from this figure. Facing the overwhelming pressure, Gu Fei walked forward with his hands behind his back as though he was taking a stroll. Mo Feng was already paralyzed from fear. Only Mo Xian could barely stand with the help of the secret treasure of the Devil Sect. The power of 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists was too strong. Only a super faction like the Dongwu dynasty that ruled over endless territories could gather 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists. One should know that in the Taiyuan realm, Xiantian realm martial artists were already considered experts of a domain. Go to hell. The God Realm Battle General roared angrily. Then, 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists attacked at the same time. The power of this attack instantly gathered into a terrifying torrent that rushed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Although this battle formation wasn't a profound battle formation, it was very suitable for gathering power. At this moment, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Bam! With a muffled sound, that unstoppable force was actually easily blocked by Gu Fei. Countless martial artists on the surrounding mountain ridges saw this, and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. That was the power of 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists. Even a peerless sage realm martial artist would be afraid of such power. Who would have thought that Gu Fei would actually fight against 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists head-on? Gu Fei exerted force with his right hand and directly crushed the power of 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists. 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists exclaimed at the same time. Those with weaker cultivation had already been shaken to the point where blood flowed out from their orifices, and they directly fainted on the ground. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Roar! At this moment, Gu Fei let out a roar. A palm that was bigger than a mountain appeared high up in the sky. Then, it descended from the sky and directly attacked the 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists below. What? All the Xiantian realm martial artists below the huge palm were scared out of their wits. All of them looked up in horror at the huge palm that was descending from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, like a meteor falling from the sky, the huge palm directly slammed onto the ground. The entire area shook, and the ground undulated like waves. Even Mo Xian the demonic sect saintess, who was experienced and knowledgeable, was also stunned. The huge palm that descended from the sky directly slammed the 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists below into the ground, killing 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists with one palm. Even a sage realm martial artist couldn't do such a thing. Killing 10,000 soldiers with one palm? When the news spread to the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital, the entire imperial capital was in an uproar. Who is that guy? That's too heaven-defying. There's going to be a good show. In the imperial capital, countless martial artists were discussing Gu Fei. In the imperial palace, the royal family couldn't sit still because Gu Fei continued to attack the imperial capital. If 100,000 is not enough, then 200,000, 1 million. The Dongwu imperial lord's roar came from the imperial palace. Soon, another army appeared on the path that Gu Fei had to pass through. This time, it was an army of 200,000, and every soldier was an Xiantian realm martial artist. Rumble. The martial formation was activated, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to be refined. Once again, Gu Fei was blocked. Even if he had a good temper, he was a little angry at this moment. Master, this. When Mo Feng saw the scene in front of him, he was horrified. 200,000 Xiantian realm martial artists. Even the Shenwu sect and the Demon Sky sect couldn't gather so many Xiantian realm martial artists. Clang! At this moment, an extremely sharp saber light rushed out from the martial formation and slashed at Gu Fei. The saber light was indestructible, and everywhere it passed, it left a pitch-black crack in the void. However, Gu Fei just flicked his finger, and the peerless saber light that was like a heavenly saber actually shattered in the void and disappeared. Chapter 4009. Rumble. The space within a radius of a dozen miles seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The extremely powerful martial arts energy shook the heavens and the earth. Under the control of thousands of godly state martial artists and hundreds of sage state martial artists, the battle formation of 200,000 Xiantian martial artists revolved crazily. Mo Feng had already retreated more than a dozen miles away. However, he was still frightened by the power of the battle formation. Even Mo Xian retreated a few miles away. A faint layer of divine light surged out from her body, blocking the terrifying pressure that was surging towards her. However, at this moment, Gu Fei crashed into the peerless martial formation. Like a sharp arrow, he shot into the peerless martial formation. Everywhere he passed, the Xiantian martial artists directly exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. Roar! Countless Xiantian martial artists roared angrily. The power of 200,000 Xiantian martial artists gathered together was too strong. It was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Kill! A sage state martial artist wielded his sword and his body emitted terrifying divine light. Countless rays of divine light rushed towards him from all directions and entered his body. Buzz! The divine sword hummed, and an earth-shattering sword chi descended from the sky towards Gu Fei. Every ray of sword chi tore through the void. It was incomparably terrifying. Such power had already surpassed the sage state. It was the power of the godly state. The power of 200,000 Xiantian martial artists gathered together. Such power definitely surpassed the sage state and reached the godly state. Interesting. Gu Fei slapped upwards with his palm. In the next moment, countless rays of sword chi fell from the sky and shattered in the void. A huge palm shadow rushed up to the sky and smashed the sword Dao sage state martial artist into a cloud of blood mist. Gu Fei's power crushed everything. However, the Xiantian martial artists in the battle formation didn't seem to be afraid of death. They rushed towards Gu Fei. 10-direction annihilation. Gu Fei clasped his palms together and fiercely slapped outwards. Countless palm shadows rushed out in all directions, and countless Xiantian lords screamed miserably as they were smashed into a mist of blood. The moment this move was unleashed, all the Xiantian martial artists within a radius of a few hundred feet around Gu Fei were directly blasted to smithereens. Countless weapons were broken. Gu Fei's attack had killed thousands of Xiantian experts. This had made the Sage Realm commander's eyes turn red with envy when they saw this scene. This was a warrior of the Xiantian realm, and not a bunch of ordinary warriors that could be easily found. It was not an easy task to nurture a warrior of the Xiantian realm. The Dongwu dynasty ruled over 10 territories and countless vassal states. However, they could only build this army of 200,000 innate realm cultivators. This was the Dongwu dynasty's most powerful and famous Dongwu army. The Dongwu army of the Dongwu dynasty, the heavenly demon army of the demonic sky sect, and the divine martial army of the Shenwu sect were known as the 3 most powerful divine armies of the eastern region of the Taiyuan realm. In order to deal with Gu Fei, the Dongwu dynasty had actually mobilized the Dongwu army. This was one of the Dongwu dynasty's trump cards. At this time, in the direction of the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital, an army directly rushed towards where Gu Fei was. In addition to the Dongwu army, the Dongwu dynasty also had nearly 10 million ordinary soldiers. The mountains and plains were densely packed with people and flags. There were even flying beasts flying across the sky, and on the back of each flying beast sat a powerful Xiantian warrior. In addition to the Dongwu army, the Dongwu dynasty also had the Flying Dragon army. This is simply a monster. In the battle formation of the Dongwu army, a group of Sage Realm commanders was inexplicably shocked. The combat power that Gu Fei had displayed was too powerful. It should be known that the Dongwu army was a powerful army that could fight God Realm experts. Could this guy's cultivation have already surpassed the God Realm? How could this be possible? The 100 Sage Realm commanders directly unleashed their power, triggering the power of the entire battle formation. Each of the Sage Realm commanders exploded with extremely tyrannical power waves. The power of the battle formation forcibly increased the combat power of these 100 Sage Realm commanders to the God Realm. This was equivalent to 100 God Realm experts attacking Gu Fei. 100 God Realm experts attacking at the same time could even directly smash a huge mountain into pieces, let alone a person. However, this person was Gu Fei. Boom! The void around Gu Fei collapsed, and a destructive aura spread in all directions. The surrounding innate warriors constantly screamed and exploded into clouds of blood mist. Countless innate warriors immediately retreated. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei directly threw out a simple killing punch. There was no fixed move, and it seemed to be a random attack. However, it blocked all the attacks of the 100 Sage Realm experts. The destructive storm swept out in all directions. The battle was extremely tragic. The 200,000 innate warriors were almost defeated by Gu Fei alone. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the Dongwu dynasty. Even the Dongwu Imperial Lord, the Xinwu Sect Master, and the Demonic Sky Sect Master didn't have the ability to shake the Xinwu army single-handedly. At this time, Gu Fei's power was forced out by the Dongwu army. Rumble. An extremely shocking sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. He threw out one punch after another, and the power that erupted from his fists was earth-shattering. Come here. As Gu Fei stretched out his hand, the 3 Sage Realm experts in the distance immediately flew towards him involuntarily. What? The 3 Sage Realm commanders were scared out of their wits and attacked desperately. However, such a counterattack was too weak in front of Gu Fei. The power that was enough to kill all the Saint Realm experts hit Gu Fei's body like scratching an itch. Die! With a roar from Gu Fei, the 3 Sage Realm commanders directly exploded in the void and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. All the commanders of the Dongwu army were stunned. This guy killed a Sage Realm expert with a raise of his hand. No, he killed a God Realm expert with a raise of his hand. It should be known that the current Sage Realm commanders had attracted the power of the formation to strengthen themselves. Every commander was like a peerless God Realm expert who had descended. Fight this guy to the death. All the Sage Realm commanders exploded and attacked with all their might. The power of hundreds of God Realm experts gathered together and turned into a terrifying and peerless attack. Endless divine light illuminated the world, and a huge beam of light that connected heaven and earth directly penetrated the void between heaven and earth. This was the strongest attack of the Dongwu army. It could directly destroy a huge city or destroy a region. It was extremely terrifying. Such power had already surpassed the God realm. This divine light directly blasted onto Gu Fei's body and instantly drowned him. Haha, he's still not dead? All the Sage Realm commanders laughed loudly. No one could withstand this attack. The power of this attack had surpassed the God realm. Even if the sect leader of the Xinwu sect came, he would also be killed in one hit. One must know that the strongest cultivators in the Taiyuan realm were also at the God realm. Above the God realm was the legendary Immortal realm. Supreme Immortal realm experts were existences that could break through the void and ascend to the Immortal Martial realm. In the Taiyuan realm, there should be no Supreme Immortal realm experts. At that level, they would not stay in the Taiyuan realm because this realm could no longer accommodate such powerful existences. However, when the destructive divine light dissipated, everyone was stunned. They were dumbfounded. They saw Gu Fei standing there unscathed. The hundreds of Sage Realm commanders' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Is he a martial immortal? How can we fight him? All the commanders of the Dongwu army were in despair. The attack just now had consumed a large amount of martial power. All the Xiantian cultivators felt a sense of exhaustion. It would be impossible for him to unleash another powerful attack like the one he had just unleashed. Not bad, but if you want to kill me, it's still not enough, Gu Fei said indifferently. Sir, how about we stop here? An old commander with white hair and brows walked out. Ask the Eastern Wu Emperor to kneel in front of me, and I will consider stopping. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the army of 200,000 Xiantian soldiers alone. This scene was incomparably shocking. It was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, and they would never forget it. What did you say? How dare you? How dare you insult the Lord? The commanders all berated. Gu Fei sneered, and a shocking murderous aura immediately erupted from his body. The surrounding air dropped rapidly under the impact of the deep, cold, murderous aura. The chill hit their bodies. At this time, the hundreds of commanders of the Dongwu army suddenly came to their senses. This guy was an extremely terrifying god of death. He could even block the strongest attack of the Eastern Wu army's battle formation and come out unscathed. Such combat power was really unbelievable. Then continue to kill. Kill your way into the imperial capital and pull the Eastern Wu emperor down from the throne. Gu Fei's face was indifferent, as if he was talking about something unimportant. This kind of change of dynasty was definitely a big deal in the Dongwu dynasty. The competition among the Dongwu dynasty's royal family was extremely fierce. It was very difficult for anyone in the royal family to rise to the throne. Once the Eastern Wu emperor became the Eastern Wu emperor, the first thing he would do was kill. He would kill all his competitors and kill until their heads rolled. If the Eastern Wu emperor knelt in front of Gu Fei, did that not mean that the Eastern Wu emperor was finished? All the Sage Realm commanders were shocked and angry. Continue to kill. Gu Fei bellowed and directly attacked. With a wave of his hands, a gust of wind appeared without any warning and directly swept away the Xiantian experts in the surroundings. Clang! The sound of divine weapons being unsheathed rang out in the void. Invisible sword chi rushed out from Gu Fei's hands, piercing the void and slashing towards the Sage Realm commanders in the sky. Kill! The group of Sage Realm commanders continued to fight. Hundreds of Sage Realm warriors turned into rays of divine light and attacked Gu Fei. Screams rang out continuously. Invisible sword chi rushed out from Gu Fei's body and directly killed the Sage Realm warriors who were rushing towards him. Gu Fei killed Sage Realm warriors as easily as killing chickens. Countless innate realm warriors could no longer get close to him. They were injured by his sword chi and died upon contact. Swoosh! Chapter 40:10. Gu Fei was an innate martial artist. Although his cultivation base and memories had been sealed by the primogenitor, his strength was still gradually recovering as he battled with others. At this time, Gu Fei seemed to be carrying countless treasures with him, but he didn't know how to open them. At this moment, Gu Fei's eyes had already turned red from killing. With a raise of his hand, he directly blasted the Xiantian warriors that attacked him into clouds of blood mist, and he directly annihilated them in both body and soul. The 200,000 soldiers of the Eastern Martial Army formed a peerless battle formation, but they were still not a match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei was like a real dragon, rampaging in the battle formation. Bam! He struck out with his palm, and the dozen or so true state warriors on the other side exploded before they could even let out a scream. More than a dozen true realm soldiers couldn't even block a single palm from Gu Fei. Roar! At this time, countless Xiantian soldiers suddenly roared. Terrifying killing intent shook the heavens and earth, and every Xiantian soldier's body surged with a ball of divine light. They are going all out. Emo Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, clenched her fists tightly as she watched the battle in front of her anxiously. At this time, Emo Feng had already retreated more than a dozen li away. The aura of 200,000 Xiantian soldiers gathered together, forming a terrifying pressure that he couldn't bear. Then, balls of divine light rushed out from the bodies of countless Xiantian soldiers and entered the bodies of the remaining true realm experts. Boom! 59 balls of divine light that were as bright as the sun appeared in the sky. Every ball of divine light gathered endless Xiantian divine light and emitted extremely powerful energy waves. It was as if 59 godly suns had appeared in the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. After that, countless Xiantian soldiers fell to the ground. All of them were like lamps that had run out of oil and had died. It turned out that they had given all their spiritual chi to the true realm experts. The result of this was that the Xiantian soldiers fell in droves. Over 100,000, almost 200,000 innate warriors had chosen to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the 59 Saint Realm commanders. Of course, many of these Xiantian soldiers were unwilling to die like this. However, even if they were unwilling, their essence, chi and spirit were still forcefully extracted from their bodies. How ruthless! When Emo Xian saw this scene, her heart skipped a beat. Even the demon sect would feel ashamed of their inferiority. One must know that this was taking away the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, these people were all Scientian realm martial artists. Only a few hundred true realm martial artists were barely alive, but 90% of their essence, chi, and soul had been taken away, and they had completely lost their combat strength. This was the Dongwu dynasty's Dongwu army's last resort. The power gathered by the burning of more than 100,000 Khanate realm warriors was unimaginably powerful. The battle prowess of the 59 commanders of the Sage Stage in the sky had surpassed the Immortal Stage and were infinitely close to the Celestial Stage. They were like 59 supreme existences who were half a step to the Celestial Stage. No wonder the Dongwu dynasty could be passed down for 1,000 years. Such a trump card was truly astonishing. However, the Dongwu dynasty's trump card was forced to reveal by one person. Little punk, die. An angry roar came from the sky. Then, the 59 balls of divine light in the sky directly pressed down on Gu Fei. A terrifying power spread out, and the space below was constantly collapsing and destroyed. It turned into a destructive torrent that obliterated Gu Fei. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been paralyzed by such power. Even a supreme martial artist in the divine stage would not be able to withstand such a killing move. However, Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the 59 godly suns descending from the sky. He was still as calm as before. In the next moment, he clenched his right hand and directly punched the sky. There was no dazzling divine light, and there was no terrifying wave of power. This punch from Gu Fei looked like an ordinary punch. However, in the next moment, the sky collapsed, the stars shattered, and a huge hole appeared in the sky. The 59 balls of divine suns were directly destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. No one could imagine the power of this punch. A huge hole appeared in the sky, visible even from 1,000 miles away. What is that? Countless experts of the Dongwu dynasty who were rushing to where Gu Fei was were all dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in the sky. Breaking the void with martial arts? How is this possible? At the peak of the Dongwu royal city, a figure exuding an extreme dragon sovereign chi was extremely shocked. This person was the emperor of the Dongwu dynasty. On Imperial Lord East Wu's body, a huge dragon shadow could be faintly seen. It was an astonishing sight. Breaking the void with martial arts was the ultimate power that countless cultivators in the Great Origin realm pursued. Legend had it that one could ascend to the immortal martial realm and become an indestructible martial immortal. Could it be that that person is already strong enough to break the void with martial arts? The emperor's voice was trembling. Even he had not reached the level of breaking the void with martial arts. In the entire Great Origin realm, there was probably no one who had such invincible power. Breaking the void with his fist, the immortal martial realm? Emocian was incomparably shocked. Could it be that Gu Fei had always been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Was he actually a martial immortal? Martial immortal was the legendary immortal realm of the Great Origin realm. Since ancient times, martial immortals only appeared in the legends. At this moment, Gu Fei's fist that broke the void shocked everyone. The emperor of the Dongwu dynasty, who originally wanted to fight against Gu Fei, immediately gave the order to retreat. Countless troops immediately retreated, and all the experts also turned and headed back to the royal capital. All the troops returned to their respective camps. The territory ruled by the Dongwu dynasty was simply too vast. Countless vassal states had sent their troops to support the emperor. The millions of troops of the Dongwu dynasty were no joke. However, against a martial immortal, even millions of troops would be useless. A martial immortal was invincible. This was no longer one against a country, but one against the world, invincible. Rumble. The sky that was broken by Gu Fei's fist began to gradually repair. The laws of heaven and earth of the Great Origin realm were repairing the broken void. However, this hole was too big, and it was difficult to completely repair it in a short period of time. At this moment, the sky started to rain blood. The warm blood dripped on Gu Fei's face. The next moment, he quivered as if he remembered something. Gu Fei. Who is Gu Fei? Who is Gu Fei? Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged on the ground. His face revealed a strange expression that seemed like he was smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. His eyes were sometimes clear, sometimes complicated, as if he was struggling. The ground was filled with corpses, and a person was sitting cross-legged. It was as strange as it could be. What's wrong with him? Emotion didn't dare to go over. Just now, Gu Fei's fist was too terrifying and powerful. The fist broke the void. That was the power of a mortal martial immortal. In this world, who could be a match for it? Mo Feng rushed over from afar, but when he saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged on the ground, he didn't dare to go over. Gu Fei sat there for 10 days and 10 nights. The blood rain also continued for 10 days and 10 nights. The entire sky was dyed red with blood. In a radius of over 10 miles, a sinister wind started to blow. Too many Xiantian realm cultivators had died. The death qi started to gather. Very soon, something ominous would happen in this area. However, Gu Fei still sat cross-legged on the ground, not moving an inch. The death qi started to gather towards Gu Fei. Oh no! Emotion couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. If Gu Fei was corroded by the death qi, he would lose his consciousness. A crazed martial immortal was a threat to anyone. What should we do? Quickly think of a solution. Mo Feng anxiously spoke. He couldn't allow anything to happen to Gu Fei. This was a martial immortal. His master was a martial immortal, and he himself was the servant of a martial immortal. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to the heavens. If his master could break through the void and ascend to the immortal martial realm, he would be able to follow him and ascend to the immortal martial realm together. What else can we do? This is the undying resentment of Xiantian realm cultivators. Whoever touches it will die, Emotion replied. Although she was someone from the devil sect, she was helpless. This death qi was too powerful. Even Xiantian realm cultivators couldn't touch it. Even true realm and saint realm cultivators wouldn't be able to touch it. Master is a martial immortal. These mere death qi won't be able to do anything to him. Mo Feng consoled himself. Very swiftly, the boundless death qi completely engulfed Gu Fei. His entire person seemed to be wrapped up by a black cocoon. The death qi continued to grow stronger and stronger, as though there was no end to it. Haha, I remember now. Just when Emotion and Mo Feng thought that Gu Fei was doomed, a loud laughter rang out. After that, a boom. The death qi enveloping Gu Fei was instantly dispersed. My name is Gu Fei. Gu Fei is me. After saying that, Gu Fei's body shook. A faint demonic shadow emerged from his body and dissipated in the void. A seal on his body was broken. This allowed Gu Fei to recover a small portion of his memories. He remembered who he was and some things. Boom! A powerful force rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The entire heaven and earth shook. A powerful divine sense rushed out from Gu Fei's forehead and instantly enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. Immortal realm, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He didn't expect his cultivation to drop to the immortal realm. He remembered who he was and recovered some of his past memories. However, those memories belonged to the human realm. He hadn't recovered his memories after the heaven realm. In the next moment, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Mo Feng and Emotion. Master. Mo Feng hurriedly prostrated on the ground. He was trembling in fear. Congratulations. Emotion said enviously. This is a martial immortal. I actually got to know a martial immortal. Gu Fei smiled. What's there to congratulate me for? This, Emotion was startled. This guy is too pretentious. A martial immortal, invincible in the Tai Yuan realm. This guy still doesn't seem to be satisfied. However, Emotion didn't expect that martial immortal was really nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. Let's settle the score with the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord. Chapter 4011. Find the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord? Emotion and Mo Feng were dumbfounded by Gu Fei's words. That was the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord, the supreme Imperial Lord of the Eastern Wu Imperial Dynasty. His cultivation was extraordinary, and he was regarded as the person closest to becoming an immortal. In the Tai Yuan realm, there were legends of immortals. However, since ancient times, no one had ever seen a real martial immortal. However, as Gu Fei's fist broke through the void, almost all the big shots saw Gu Fei as a living immortal in the Taiyuan realm, a martial immortal. Mo Xian and Mo Feng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At this time, the huge hole in the sky that Gu Fei blasted out had shrunk by half. The power of heaven and earth in the Taiyuan realm was much weaker than other worlds. Once the void was broken, it would take some time to repair it. At this time, the sky was still dripping with blood. Gu Fei killed 59 Sage Realm martial artists with one punch. The heavens seemed to mourn and sent down blood rain. The ground was dyed red. The corpses of 200,000 Xiantian realm martial artists floated in the blood rain. The surrounding dozens of miles seemed to have turned into a bloody hell. After sitting cross-legged for 10 days and 10 nights and enduring the endless death aura's erosion, Gu Fei actually broke through a seal in his body and recovered a part of his memory. Haha, how can I not go and watch such a good show? At this time, on the peak of a distant mountain, a white-bearded old man stood up and turned into a ray of divine light. He rushed into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Not bad. To be able to see the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord suffer is definitely a joyous thing. A green-robed old Taoist walked over from afar. He stepped on a rainbow light and traveled 100 miles in one step. In 2 steps, he disappeared from Mo Xian and Mo Feng's sight. His speed was extremely fast. Who was that person? Xinwu sect's supreme elder, Mo Linshan? That green-robed Taoist seems to be one of the South Mountain sect's 12 Dao masters, Chu Tianquang. Mo Xian and Mo Feng were dumbfounded when they saw the two people. Whether it was the supreme elder of Xinwu sect or the South Mountain sect's 12 Dao masters, they were the most powerful beings in the Taiyuan realm. Whether it was Mo Linshan or Chu Tianquang, they were both comparable to the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord. However, when Mo Xian and Mo Feng saw auras that weren't any weaker than Mo Linshan and Chu Tianquang exploding around them, they were so scared that their legs went soft. They were just insignificant warriors of the primordial realm, while these were big shots who could shake the entire Taiyuan realm with a single step. Mo Xian and Mo Feng didn't expect Gu Fei to be able to alarm these old monsters and antiques who hadn't appeared for a long time. Master, Feng rushed into the sky and flew towards Mo Wu Imperial Clan's imperial palace. Mo Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, she rushed into the sky and turned into a ray of demonic light, chasing after them. At this time, the entire Taiyuan realm was shaken by Gu Fei's words. Countless experts received the news and rushed to the capital of the Dongwu dynasty. In the entire Taiyuan realm, there were only a few people who dared to step directly into Dongwu Imperial City and seek revenge from the Dongwu Imperial Lord. Senior brother, what happened today? Why are there suddenly so many foreign cultivators in the city? On the streets of Dongwu royal capital, a Gold Sun sect disciple looked at the unfamiliar cultivators around him and asked a middle-aged cultivator beside him curiously, "Did something big happen?" The senior fellow apprentice of the Gold Sun sect said in surprise, "Isn't that the holy son of the lunar sect? Why is he here?" At this moment, the senior fellow apprentice of the Gold Sun sect looked at the white-faced young man in black walking in front of him in surprise. "Senior brother, look." The youngest junior brother of the Gold Sun sect suddenly pulled his senior brother's sleeve. The senior fellow apprentice of the Gold Sun sect hurriedly took a look and saw a man wearing golden armor and a golden horn on his head striding in from outside the city gate. Golden Divine Dragon Clan? This race has also come into being? The senior fellow apprentice of the Gold Sun sect was dumbfounded. Swoosh! At this moment, a blinding divine rainbow directly rushed in from outside the city. Under the gaze of countless warriors, it landed in the imperial palace of the imperial city. That is, the two warriors of the Gold Sun sect were both stunned. Someone who could directly enter the imperial palace was definitely a great figure. In the imperial city, the divine sons and saintesses of various sects, clans, and sects had all arrived. The Dongwu dynasty had never been as lively as it was today. I didn't expect there to be foreign clan experts in the Taiyuan realm. In a pavilion next to the main street of Dongwu Royal City, A black-clothed young man sat by the window. This young man was tasting the best immortal tea in the imperial city. He was Gu Fei. Looking at the bustling scene on the street, Gu Fei suddenly thought of the human world. How long had he been away from the human world? At this moment, he already knew that there was a problem with his memory. This was a very serious problem. Someone had actually tampered with his body. Swoosh! Another divine rainbow flew across the sky and landed in the imperial palace. A powerful wave descended from the sky, and countless warriors in the city were terrified. Roar! Then, a tiger's roar sounded outside the city, and the entire imperial city shook. Gu Fei stood on the table. A roar shook the city. Could it be that the tiger ancestor of the Black Tiger clan is here? At the table next to Gu Fei, a black-clothed young man said in surprise, "This is not the ancestral worship ceremony of the Dongwu royal family. Why is such a powerful being here?" Someone said in surprise, "Humph, even the ancestral worship ceremony of the Dongwu royal family can't invite the tiger ancestor." Someone said disapprovingly, "Haha, are you still not dead yet?" At this moment, a loud laugh sounded. "Old Emo, if you are not dead yet, how can I die before you?" An old voice sounded. Then, all the warriors in the imperial city saw a shocking scene. They saw a huge black tiger the size of a small mountain directly rush in from outside the city and rush in the direction of the imperial palace. At the same time, a white-bearded old man walked in step by step from outside the city. He stepped on the void and floated like an immortal. Emo Linchin, the highest elder of the Shinwu sect? Some of the older generation martial artists recognized the old man. What? Emo Linchin of the Shinwu sect? Countless people were inexplicably shocked. This was an absolute big shot. Even the sect master of the Shinwu sect, Shen Wushang, had to be respectful in front of this highest elder and did not dare to neglect him. Just as the Black Tiger ancestor and the highest elder of the Shinwu sect, Emo Linchin, entered the imperial palace, monstrous demonic chi surged from the sky like a galloping horse. The entire sky and earth darkened. Demon sect. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. The great demons of the demon sect rarely appeared. They did not expect that a great demon from the demon sect would come to the imperial city today. Experts from all sides appeared one after another. Even supreme existences who were rumored to have fallen jumped out. In an instant, experts gathered in the imperial city of the Dongwu dynasty, shocking everyone. The imperial city became the most eye-catching place in the whole world. Where is the master? At that moment, demonic wind finally arrived and landed outside the city. Then, he obediently walked into the city step by step. He was one of those big shots who dared to ignore the Dongwu royal family. He directly flew into the city. Emocian also came. They were from the demon sect. When the two of them appeared in the imperial city, it immediately caused a commotion. The people of the demon sect had always been mysterious and did not appear easily. However, today, the people of the demon sect actually appeared in the Dongwu imperial city, especially the great demons of the demon sect. They directly entered the imperial city and walked into the imperial palace, receiving the courtesy of the Dongwu royal family. Why hasn't the guy who broke the void with a punch appeared yet? In the imperial palace, a group of big shots gathered. The aura in the imperial palace was too terrifying. Ordinary martial artists had long run away. The Dongwu royal lord sat high on the throne and looked at the group of experts in front of him indifferently. All the experts who were able to stand in the main hall had great backgrounds and were on equal footing with him. These experts wouldn't have any misgivings about him. The so-called Dongwu royal lord was just a person of the same generation to these old monsters and antiques. Thousand Annihilation Demon Master, you actually came in person. Aren't you afraid that we will gang up on you? An old man with white hair and brows suddenly said to a figure shrouded in dark demonic chi. If you want to fight, then bring it on. I, Thousand Annihilation, have never feared anyone. The Thousand Annihilation Demon Master said with a sneer. I heard that a little girl from the demon sect has been following that martial immortal. Is that true? Someone asked the Thousand Annihilation Demon Master. The Thousand Annihilation Demon Master did not say anything. That strange demon sect has been so arrogant recently. So it turns out that they have latched onto that martial immortal. Someone ridiculed. Oomph. The Thousand Annihilation Demon Lord sneered and glared at the old man who had spoken. A deep, cold killing intent emanated from his body, and the temperature in the entire hall immediately plummeted. Brother Zhongming, be careful with your words. Martial immortals are not to be insulted. A figure shrouded in divine golden sunlight spoke. Hearing those words, the crowd was shocked. Martial immortals were not to be insulted. That was a supreme existence who could break the void with a punch. If one angered him, the consequences would be dire. The Dongwu dynasty was a very good example. That martial immortal had massacred the entire Dongwu army. It was an army made up of 200,000 Xiantian cultivators. Yet, that martial immortal had wiped them out just like that. None of the people present possessed such cultivation and battle power. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Golden Sun. The old man by the name of Zhong Ming cupped his hands at old ancestor Golden Sun in a very serious manner. The legendary martial immortal had yet to appear. All of the grand characters in the imperial palace were feeling somewhat impatient. However, they wanted to see the martial immortal. Thus, they could only quietly wait. Master. At that moment, Imo Feng finally found Gu Fei in the tea house. His tone was somewhat stuttering. His master was a martial immortal. He was incomparably nervous. So you're here. Imo Xian rushed up from below. When she saw Gu Fei, her eyes immediately turned into crescent moons. Isn't that the demon sect's holy daughter? Why would she appear here? Chapter 40:12. The demon sect Saintis appeared in the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital. Once the news spread, the entire imperial capital was in an uproar. Whether it was ordinary martial artists or those powerful old antiques, they were all shocked. Ordinary martial artists naturally wanted to see the demon sect Saintis. However, those old antiques were shocked because of the person Imo Xian was following. There was already news that Imo Xian was following the legendary supreme martial immortal who could break the void with one punch. That was a supreme martial immortal who could break the void with one punch. Countless old antiques and big shots gathered in the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital to see the legendary supreme martial immortal. Boom! The next moment, a mountain-like black tiger appeared in the sky above the tea house. A powerful aura spread out, and all the martial artists were terrified to the extreme. Even their souls were trembling. That was just a shadow. The black tiger disappeared, and an old man as fierce as a tiger appeared in the sky. That's the black tiger old ancestor. When the old man appeared, the innate realm martial artists bowed their heads, the true realm martial artists lowered their heads, and even the sage realm big shots were shocked and fearful. At this time, all the martial artists in the tea house were lying on the ground, trembling. Only 3 people were walking down the stairs step by step. Interesting. At this time, another powerful figure appeared in the sky outside the tea house. He was dressed in green, and he looked like a god or an immortal. Chu Tianquang, one of the 12 Dao masters of the Nanling Dao sect, was here. That's the martial immortal? Someone said in shock. Powerful figures appeared in the vicinity, and a terrifying aura spread out. Even a Xiantian martial artist would have to bend over from the pressure. Ordinary martial artists were already on the verge of going insane. These were supreme existences that were rarely seen. Any one of them was a sect ancestor of a large sect or a patriarch of a large clan. Even if they were not sect ancestors or patriarchs, they were still big shots that could stand shoulder to shoulder with these existences. However, the 3 people in the tea house still acted as if nothing had happened. They walked down step by step. The entire tea house was filled with ordinary martial artists. Even on the street, countless martial artists were trembling. Whether it was the saints of the large sects or the sacred land saintesses, they all lowered their proud heads at this time. As expected of a martial immortal, someone looked at the 3 people who were descending the stairs. The terrifying aura that was descending from the sky was enough to make the experts of the sage realm tremble. However, such a powerful aura couldn't affect those 3 people at all. Following the appearance of the important figures, the entire imperial capital quietened down. Be it martial artists or ordinary people, they were all trembling. At this time, Gu Fei and the others finally walked out of the pavilion. Mo Xian, and Mo Feng were stunned by this majestic scene. The streets were actually filled with people. Even the most ferocious beasts were completely silent. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the palace. The entire palace was shaking. Mo Xian, and Mo Feng raised their heads to look at those important figures in the sky. They felt like they were in a dream. This was simply too unreal. Irrelevant people. Get lost? Gu Fei said indifferently, not even looking at the big shots of the Taiyuan realm in the sky. What? When the big shots in the sky heard this, they were inexplicably shocked. You are the guy who broke the void with one punch? A golden-armored deity walked out and looked coldly at Gu Fei on the street. This golden-armored deity emitted a dazzling golden light from head to toe like a golden sun. It was as though the void collapsed and shook the heaven and earth. My master is not someone you can imagine. If I tell you to get lost, just get lost. Mo Feng walked out and stared at the deity of the Jin clan in the sky. A small ant dares to be impudent in front of a giant dragon. You are courting death. The golden-armored deity waved his hand and a golden light instantly turned into a golden spear that pierced towards Mo Feng. In an instant, it pierced towards Mo Feng. Humph. Gu Fei only snorted coldly. Then, the golden spear that pierced towards him shattered in the void. What? The golden deity was taken aback. Could this guy really be the legendary martial deity? Not only the golden deity, but the other great figures were also shocked. The methods Gu Fei had displayed were somewhat frightening. The expressions of some of the great figures were not very good. Royal Lord Eastern Wu did not appear. Let me see whether or not you are a real martial immortal or a swindler, the golden deity said indifferently. Courting death. Gu Fei looked up at the golden deity in the sky. In the next moment, two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes, and a terrifying aura that was superior to the heavens suddenly spread out. What kind of eyes were they? The old monsters in the sky were all trembling. It was truly hard to describe what Gu Fei just looked at. Could this be an immortal martial divine ability? Without any suspense, the golden deity roared furiously and was directly hit by the divine light that shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. Then, he instantly exploded and turned into a cloud of golden blood mist. Killing a sect ancestor with a glance? The old monsters in the sky were all dumbfounded. With just a glance, the golden deity had died. Both his body and soul had been destroyed. How is this possible? The golden deity was an existence comparable to the sect ancestors of the great sects and the patriarchs of the great clans. Why aren't you getting lost? Demonic wind began to jump out and show off again. The group of old monsters was shocked and furious. At that moment, the immortal martial power in Gu Fei's eyes gradually faded, and his golden pupils gradually returned to their normal color. Gu Fei was really too domineering. Some of the patriarchs began to cower and immediately retreated, killing one of the most powerful existences in the great origin realm with a glance. Such a method directly shocked all the old monsters. At that moment, no one doubted Gu Fei anymore. If this was not a martial immortal, then what was? His eyes could kill people. He was exceptionally powerful. Greetings, Lord Martial Immortal. A supreme existence in the void directly kowtowed to Gu Fei. After one, a second, and a third followed. Before long, more than a dozen old-timers were prostrating in midair, bowing their heads to Gu Fei. However, half of the old monsters were still hesitating. They were used to being high and mighty. How could they be willing to bow to someone so suddenly? Where's the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord? Get out here. Demonic wind roared. Gu Fei did not speak. He stood with his hands behind his back. In the sky and on the ground, there were countless martial artists kneeling. Fellow Taoist, don't go too far. At that moment, an old voice came from the direction of the imperial palace. A terrifying dragon aura swept over, and everyone felt their bodies tremble as if a mountain was pressing down on them. In particular, the old monsters almost vomited blood. Immortal? Everyone was inexplicably shocked. There was actually an immortal in the Eastern martial imperial family. How was this possible? For countless years, martial immortals had been a legend in the great origin realm. Fellow Taoist, everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. How about we let bygones be bygones? A figure appeared in the sky above the imperial palace. The blurry figure exuded an incomparably powerful aura, as if it could even support heaven and earth. Just because you say it's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding? Gu Fei looked at the figure and said indifferently, "Then what do you want?" The figure hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's very simple. Ask the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord to kneel and kowtow to apologize." Gu Fei said expressionlessly. What? After Gu Fei said such a sentence, countless martial artists in the Eastern Martial Imperial City fainted. Ask the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord to kneel and kowtow to apologize in front of everyone? This was even more unbearable than killing the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord. That's right. Ask the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord to kneel and kowtow to apologize in front of my master. Demonic Wind was incomparably arrogant and complacent. He had never been so proud before. So what if it was the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord? He didn't even dare to fart. The figure in the sky above the Imperial Palace did not speak. The entire world fell silent. Emotion really could not imagine that Gu Fei was actually so powerful that he could suppress an entire country by himself. At this moment, she also saw the Thousand Destruction Demon Master's figure appearing in the sky. He was the strongest existence in the demon sect, the demon among demons. Xinwu sect's supreme elder Imo Linchen's figure also appeared in the sky. "I don't have much patience," Gu Fei said indifferently. He did not mind killing his way into the imperial palace and plucking a small loach out. Rumble. At this moment, the heavy gate of the imperial palace slowly opened and a figure appeared in front of everyone. When they saw this figure, everyone's eyeballs almost fell out. A person actually knelt out of the imperial palace. That person was surrounded by dragon energy, and there were huge dragons faintly appearing in the void around him. This person was actually the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord. No one expected that the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord would actually put down all his dignity and kneel out of the imperial palace. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He is indeed a formidable character of his generation. Someone exclaimed. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord knelt in front of Gu Fei and directly prostrated himself on the ground. "Greetings, Master." No one expected that the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord would admit defeat. Gu Fei did not look at the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord and directly walked towards the Imperial Palace. Today, he was going to enter the Eastern Martial Imperial Palace and become the true ruler of this super empire. When Gu Fei walked into the Imperial Palace, those martial artists who were prostrating on the ground finally relaxed and dared to stand up. Too scary. The group of old antiques in the sky also had lingering fears. This was the power of an immortal martial artist. The immortal martial artist was like an insurmountable mountain in front of all the old ancestors. Countless old antiques wanted to break through, but they all ended in failure. No one could stop an immortal martial artist. In the entire Great Origin realm, Gu Fei was already considered an invincible existence. At this moment, a group of experts rushed towards the Imperial Palace and entered the main hall. They prostrated themselves before the throne, and on the throne sat Gu Fei. On both sides of Gu Fei were Imo Feng and Imo Xian. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.